Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the Portrait of a Nation, Art, Politics and the Anglo-Irish Treaty Conference here at the National Museum of Ireland, Decorative Arts and History in Collins Barracks. So for those of you who were not in attendance yesterday, this conference is a collaboration between the education teams here in Collins Barracks and at the Hugh Lane Gallery. The conference takes its inspiration from the recently opened Studio and State, the Laveries and the Anglo-Irish Treaty exhibition, which opened last year as a collaboration between the National Museum of Ireland and the Hugh Lane Gallery. This exhibition and the engagement programme that we're collaborating on are part of a wider programme that the museum, the Hugh Lane Gallery, and many other cultural institutions are engaged in to mark the decade of centenaries. Events like this conference are significant in their aim to create a space for our publics to engage in dialogue and debate and a sharing of knowledge around the key themes of the decade. I'd like to take a moment before we officially begin to firstly welcome our online audience who, as we've seen from various comments, are joining us from a wide variety of different locations, both here in Ireland and abroad. I'd also like to welcome our on-site audience, many faces actually recognised from yesterday as well. It's really wonderful to be able, once again, to have people here on site in the barracks, and we're delighted that you've all been able to come in and join us today. So later on today, we're going to be hearing from Logan Sisley, who is the co-curator of the Studio and State exhibition. However, to open today's session, we have a short pre-recorded talk from the exhibition's other co-curator and my colleague, Dr. Edith Andres. So Edith is a cultural historian and curator of the metalwork, numismatics, and scientific instruments collection at the National Museum of Ireland. Her research interests include historical narratives and their accessibility in museums. Edith has worked on a number of participative arts and history projects for the National Museum's Ireland's Decade of Centenaries programme. So I'll hand you over now, in a virtual sense, to Dr. Edith Andres.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the conference, Portraits of a Nation. My name is Edith Andres, and alongside Logan Sisley, I'm co-curator of the exhibition Studio and State, the Laveries and the Anglo-Irish Treaty, which will be on display at the National Museum of Ireland until the end of this year. I would now like to say a few introductory words about the exhibition and about the museum's role in marking far-reaching events, such as the signing of the Anglo-Irish Treaty 100 years ago. The exhibition Studio and State is a collaboration between Hugh Lane Gallery and the National Museum of Ireland. And the idea was to mark the centenary of the signing of the Articles of Agreement between Great Britain and Ireland, as the treaty, the Anglo-Irish Treaty, is formally known. But to look at the topic of the treaty from a slightly different angle. And that is to use John Lavery's portraits of Irish and British signatories of the treaty as a focal point for the exhibition and to tell the story of the treaty from this perspective, highlighting John Lavery's role in painting and recording some of the personalities involved in the treaty negotiations, and his wife's, Hales' influential role in bringing people from diverse backgrounds together in their home and the artist's studio in Cromwell Place in London, which was a place of encounter and mediation, especially in the summer and autumn of 1921. So you will find in the exhibition around 14 paintings by John Lavery, including loans from the Ulster Museum and the National Gallery, and one painting by Hazel Lavery. And one of the benefits of the collaboration with the Hugh Lane Gallery was that we could join our resources and collections and to display the paintings alongside around 22 objects from the National Museum's collection. Studio and State explores events between July 1921, when the Irish War of Independence drew to a close and the truce was agreed in Dublin, and January 1922, when the Anglo-Irish Treaty was narrowly ratified in Dáil Éireann. And there are many paper-based items, such as propaganda handbills, pamphlets, and photographs in the National Museum's collections relating to the treaty. They really dominate the collections in this regard. And they include handwritten notes by the Irish delegates, such as this note written by the leader of the Irish Treaty delegation, Arthur Griffith. He wrote this message for issue to the world press immediately after signing the treaty on the 6th of December in 1921. And it reads, "I have signed a treaty of peace between Ireland and Great Britain. I believe that treaty will lay the foundations of peace and friendship between the two nations. What I have signed, I shall stand by in the belief that the end of the conflict of centuries is at hand." The note gives us a sense of the pressures of the time. Griffith had crossed out the word hope and replaced it with the word believe. What I have signed, I shall stand by in the belief that the end of the conflict of centuries is at hand. And the note points at Griffith's commitment to stand by his decision and the strong wish that it will lead to some peaceful solution for Ireland. The negotiations for and the signing of the Anglo-Irish Treaty were crystallizing moments for Ireland in the 20th century. And research about memory and how individuals and societies remember has shown that large-scale events, such as major political transformations, or also conflict, directly impact the next 3 generations, even if the events are not marked or talked about. Some of the effects will be passed on subconsciously from one generation to the next. The long shadows cast on Ireland by the political split after the ratification of the treaty in 1922 have begun to blur and be transformed. As our temporal distance from the historical events of 1921-22 increases, it arguably gets easier to discuss them. And as people who experienced Ireland at that time through their own lives passed away, communicative memory or individual memories are being transformed into cultural memory. And museums have an important role at this crossover point when these lived through experiences are being transformed into cultural memory. Museums can show history as a process, and in Studio and State we see the signatories of the treaty as active agents in this process, but also as humans who did not have the potential benefit of hindsight that we have today. So when we try to understand this tumultuous time in Irish history today, it is easy to forget that decisions for or against the treaty were not as clear-cut as they sometimes appear from our present viewpoint. Every one of the signatories existed in a web of relationships and influences. And Lavery's portraits give a glimpse of this complexity of the personalities involved in the negotiations in 1921. The first panel of today's conference will look at memory, how it resides within families, and the broader implications of how we remember conflict. And museums can give a sense of orientation in the present today. From my curatorial viewpoint, I hope that the exhibition is an example of how museums can help us to understand how people who lived before us attempted to solve certain situations. And perhaps this in turn leads us to ask whether we can get insights from this history that might help us master the future. In this sense, I see museums and exhibitions such as Studio and State as places where people's memories, past and present, interconnect and where conversations may be triggered through the objects on display. Conversations where we might reconsider what freedom means today or how we want Ireland to be remembered in 100 years' time. Museums and galleries enable us to meet ourselves through other people and through objects as well. And by coming face to face with the Laverys and some of the individuals involved in the treaty negotiations, we might not only be reminded of the fact that we have choices, but as the German sociologist Harald Welzer has argued, we can be reminded of the wonderful capacity of the human brain to not only remember the past, but also to imagine possible futures. And this is precisely what the negotiators of the treaty did in 1921. And so I conclude these brief reflections, and I hope that you get a chance to see Studio and State here at the National Museum, and also the exhibition catalogue that we jointly produced with Ullane Gallery, and that you enjoy the remainder of the conference today. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much to Edith, and also a huge thank you to Gavin Woodruff from our team here in the museum for recording that for us as well. So today's opening panel is called Divided Families, So yesterday we examined this period of history after the signing of the Anglo-Irish Treaty from a political perspective, including the experience of, say, Protestant nationalists, women's organisations, and nationalists and unionists in Northern Ireland. We also examined the treaty from a cultural perspective, such as in art, music, and sport. However, this morning, we're going to be examining this period from the perspective of the family and the family dynamic. We have a wonderful panel here today to help us explore this, being chaired by Dr. Georgina Largy. So Georgina is a Dublin Cemeteries Trust Assistant Professor in Public History and Cultural Heritage in Trinity College Dublin. She works on histories of poverty, institutions, and suicide in 19th and 20th century Ireland. Her book on the history of suicide in Ireland is under contract with Liverpool University Press. So with that, I'll hand you over to Georgina to start our session.
Thanks very much, Diarmuid, and thanks to Helen and to all the staff at the National Museum and the Hugh Lane Gallery for the invitation to be here and to chair this excellent panel, which I think is going to be really interesting. I'm going to introduce each speaker just before their talk. So first up, we have Flor McCarthy. Flor is an author and journalist. Her first book was recently published last year by New Island Books. It's called The President's Letters. It was shortlisted for the Best Irish Published Book in 2021 as part of the Unpost Book Awards. She's a former news reporter with RTE and now works in freelance and generally reports from Oireachtas TV, from the Irish Parliament and the European Parliament. She's a graduate of art history at Trinity College Dublin and has spoken at numerous events as part of the Decade of Centenaries. She's originally from Skibbereen, now lives in Dublin, and we're delighted to have you speak today, Flor, and talk about your family history in relation to the conflict.
Well, thank you very much, Georgina, for that lovely intro, and thanks to you all for joining us today. I am delighted and very honoured to be asked to tell this story, and I feel it's just important to say that I'm not an historian, though. I won't be analysing the revolutionary era in West Cork, but perhaps this one story can shed light on the bigger picture there and help our understanding of events 100 years ago. It certainly helped mine, because a lot of these stories, these family stories, are still unfolding, and this one certainly is. The clicker. The specs. So it's a story of war, of killings, an unmarked grave, family heartbreak, emigration, a tragic accident, a wedding, and ultimately reconciliation and remembrance, which to me is what the Decade of Centenaries is all about. It's set in West Cork, and the action takes place during the attack by the West Cork Flying Column on the RIC barracks in the beautiful village of Rosscarbery, right on the water's edge. It was 1921, and what happened led to the deaths of 2 RIC men and 3 civilians, including a 4-year-old boy, and it ultimately saw the end of the RIC in West Cork. Very little was told to us at school nearby in Skibbereen about what went on locally during the War of Independence and the Civil War. I do remember, though, hearing or probably overhearing the occasional adult conversation about this. There were whisperings from our father. Did you know that an uncle of mine, he said, was involved in the death of an uncle of your mother's? So there were some references to this story. Last year's centenary of this attack was approaching, and it concentrated the mind, and my brother Dan and I, he's a journalist with The Examiner, began to get very interested. We wanted to know more. Who were these characters? We started to pull threads and unravel some of this story, and the discoveries floored us. There's the barracks. That's at the heart of this story. So not only was my father's story correct, that an uncle of his had been involved in the death of my mother's uncle, but one was in the IRA and one the RIC. They had never met, yet decades later they were united in our family on our parents' marriage in the 1950s. We were the connection between them. They're both my granduncles, and their paths crossed fatally fatefully too, on that night, the 31st of March in 1921. So, of the two main characters, this is my father's uncle, Jeremiah McCarthy, or Jermac as he was known, also known as the Dauntless Man. We decided if we have a relative known as the Dauntless Man, you have a responsibility and obligation to find out why. So he was studying medicine in UCC. He was about 22. His older brother was a GP in Kinsale, Dr. Dan as he was known, and they were two of 7 siblings who grew up in Dreeny House here near Skibbereen. Both of his parents were school teachers, and so Jermac followed in his older brother's footsteps and went off to UCC. He wasn't there that long, we believe, when he signed up with the UCC company of the IRA, and then subsequently the 3rd West Cork Brigade, and eventually Commandant Tom Barry's flying column. The historian Eve Morrison has written a lot of really interesting work about the role that students played in the War of Independence. She says that they were very handy to have for the likes of Tom Barry and the flying column, because nobody really paid them that much attention. They were not seen as the best fighters, more interested in books. They weren't taken quite seriously, she said, and so they didn't arouse that much suspicion. Also, they could be of great practical use. So, for example, if you had an engineering student or a chemistry student in your ranks, you might get your hands on bomb-making materials. Similarly, a medical student could be very useful, obviously, if somebody was injured. And they were useful in another way. Barry explains in his memoir, Guerrilla Days in Ireland, that when he needed to travel incognito, he would disguise himself as a student. He says, "At first I considered travelling as an engineering student of University College Cork. However, I switched to travelling as a medical student, and there was no dearth of coaches for that role either, as there was a number of medical students on active service with our brigade, including that dashing flying column soldier Jeremiah McCarthy of Dreeny, now in the United States." Actually, some of you may have seen Ken Loach's film, The Wind That Shakes the Barley. Well, the Cillian Murphy character, Damien, plays one of those medical students. Whether it's Jermac or not, who knows? I need to track down Cillian Murphy and ask him if he knows. So Jermac was also on active duty, not only aiding Tom Barry by providing the trappings of being a medical student, his medikit bag and all of that, but a letter to the Southern Star, local newspaper in Skibbereen, afterwards described him as having fought with distinction at Crossbarry. There were various letters to the newspapers in subsequent years that described his active service. So that is Jermac, the Dauntless Man. In contrast to him, we don't have a photograph of Ambrose O'Shea, my mother's uncle. Ambrose was twice his age. He was a quiet piano-playing sergeant who was originally from County Wicklow, where his father had been a member of the RIC. Maybe Val, you might have some info on him. He's listed here in Ewan O'Halpin and Dahi O'Caron's book, The Dead of the Irish Revolution, as being Roman Catholic, but we know very little about him. He was 46, as I said, married to Christina Shields, Chrissy, from Limerick originally. She was my mother's sister, my grandmother's sister. They moved to West Cork, where he was posted to the station in the fishing village of Baltimore, where they set up home in one of the Coast Guard terraces there, Mariners Row, and to 3 young sons, Gerard, Cyril and Ambrose. We know that he loved to play piano on Sunday mornings, a little bit of classical and the popular music hall songs of the day. And we know also that in 1915, he gave a deposition in his role as an RIC sergeant at the Coroner's Court in Skibbereen regarding the discovery of 7 bodies found at sea off Sherkin Island. Those bodies had come from the Lusitania, 5 men and 2 women, which had been sunk by a German torpedo a few days earlier off Kinsale with the loss of 1,198 lives. Ambrose recorded that one of the deceased wore a watch which had stopped at 2:30, the exact time of the U-boat attack. There's one family story of him that we can't verify that is particularly poignant, that once the War of Independence began to hot up in West Cork, Ambrose had sought a transfer to Dublin, away from the tinderbox that was West Cork. and that he was actually on his way to speak to his superiors in Dublin, who asked him to spend one more night in Rosscarbery on the way, and that was the night of the attack. On a personal note, one of the things that my brother Dan and I began to think as we unravelled this story was that we were interested in the dashing, dauntless man, you know, typical kid stuff, the fighter, brave fighter. But as we began to really research this story, we became more and more empathetic towards Ambrose O'Shea. Right, the flying column. In the barracks in Rosscarbery, 1921, there were 2 sergeants, 19 constables, and we believe that the flying column numbered about 70. Rosscarbery was a relatively easy place to stage an attack like this, as there were so many approach roads to the village and therefore so many getaway routes. The flying column had billeted nearby the night before. They'd cut communications, the telegraph wires, demolished or damaged bridges in the area, and felled trees across the main roads. They'd been carrying out surveillance, and the Rosscarbery barracks had been deemed by the RIC to be impregnable. At about 11 o'clock that night, they were ordered to take off their shoes and socks as they approached the barracks. Barry later recalled that the column made its approach so efficiently that we afterwards learned that not a single person in Rosscarbery in the town knew of our passing until the action opened. At this point, we believe that Sergeant Ambrose O'Shea was thought to have been asleep on the ground floor. A police witness later testified that he'd been alive at 11 o'clock. And around that time, outside, the flying column was beginning to surround the barracks. We know, of course, that Tom Barry had been fighting with the British forces in Iraq during World War I. They had created a 400-pound bomb that was placed at the main door of the barracks, and the explosion totally demolished the ground floor. It also ripped off the roofs of the entire street across the road. It's thought that the explosions were easily heard about 12 miles away in Clonakilty, probably in Skibbereen, and quite possibly in Baltimore, where Ambrose's wife, Chrissy, and the 3 little boys were asleep. So we think Ambrose was killed instantly, along with young RIC officer Charles Bowles, who had only taken up his role there a few months before, as he'd come from Kent. His mother had died 3 weeks before he left. Their bodies were discovered in the rubble, where they'd lain for most of the night as the fighting raged around them. Those who escaped fled out a back window, and they were allowed to by the IRA. Barry later described that the barracks, of course, had been in his own hometown. He had grown up in Rosscarbery from the age of 14. He said that a lot of the other RIC barracks in the area, they'd been despised by the local communities, but not so in Rosscarbery. And this was given as one of the possible reasons why the RIC were allowed to escape. He may well have known some of them from his childhood. And his own father, of course, had been an RIC man in Kerry. The aftermath of the attack had a tragic outcome too, as the Cork Examiner reported. The next day, Thursday, as they woke up in Rosscarbery, the town, it was fair day, and the town was filled with buyers and country people, large numbers of whom had congregated to witness the destruction of the barracks, view the scene from the night's events. A bomb was picked up by a little girl from the smoking ruins, grabbed from her, thrown away rapidly. It exploded nearby, killing farmers John Collins, age 60, and George Wilson, age 24, along with Francis Fitzpatrick, known as Frankie, who was 4 years old. That long night in Rosscarbery had seen some of the fiercest fighting the area had seen, and it also is hailed at the beginning of the end of the RIC in West Cork. So, yeah, we should have been looking at that for the last few minutes. It would have been more interesting. This is Ambrose's wife, Chrissy, on the left, and her daughter-in-law, Joan. Ambrose, his body was buried, we believe, the next day in Rosscarbery Cemetery. And because of the atmosphere towards the RIC in West Cork, he was disinterred sometime later, and we believe reinterred in this beautiful little cemetery, Tullis Cemetery, in the village of Baltimore, where, of course, he and Chrissy had been living with their children. We believe he was buried in secret. There's been a survey of the cemetery by the Skibbereen Heritage Centre, who've done a lot of brilliant work on graveyards in the area. They've surveyed this. They cannot find Ambrose's grave or any gravestone. We've only just discovered that there was a fourth child a few months before he died, a little infant, Kevin Percival. We knew nothing of him until recently. Died at the age of 6 days old, and he was buried there, so it's quite possible that Ambrose was secretly buried in the same grave. This is one of the things to be discovered. What became of Ambrose? We would, of course, like to erect a headstone. Chrissy and the children left West Cork, never to return. They moved to Dublin, where she brought up the sons, and the events, we're told by the family, were not spoken about. I grew up in Skibbereen. We holidayed all the time in Baltimore and Sherkin, and we would pass this on our way to and from, not knowing that he was buried there. Years later, in an effort to understand events, my father's brother wrote a book called In Peace and in War. Dr. Cora McCarthy was his name, and it reinforced the complexity for some of the police force. He said, the RIC men were in an unenviable position, the great majority being Irish and Catholics, at least in the south of Ireland. Up to this, they'd been accepted by the people, but suddenly in 1920, they found that the whole fabric of British administration in Ireland was under attack by the IRA. The RIC were left standing in the middle. Their lives were at stake. By the time the Civil War broke out, you might recognise this man on the right, Michael Collins, in June 1922, Ger Mack and Tom Barry found themselves on opposite sides of that ideological divide. Ger was on the treaty side. He was a Collins man. My brother Dan has found out that one of Collins's final acts, we believe, before he left the Eldon Hotel in Skibbereen on his way to Belnablaw, on the journey that would see him shot dead later that day, was to promote Ger Mack to Vice Commandant of the 4th West Cork Brigade. So after the Civil War, Ger Mack joined the Garda Síochána in Dublin on the foundation of the force and spent some time here, but he left a short time later and emigrated to the USA in common with many of his fellow combatants who decided they could make a new life there, away from what had happened. Very little is known of his life there. For the next 3 decades, we've got no jigsaw pieces, practically. We know he worked as a hospital orderly in Trenton, New Jersey. Did he use his medical knowledge from his UCC days to land the job? We'll never know. One of the many unanswered questions, such as why was he coming to Ireland in 1953? 30 years later, was it his first time returning since he'd left? He lived alone in a flat at 322 Perry Street in Trenton. It's the address on 2 of his letters, which he posted home to his niece and his sister. I have these. He says, life hasn't treated me too harshly, and although I'm nearly 54, I think I feel a lot younger. I have a nice job and good health. What more could I want? Write to me soon, if only to say hello to your sometimes lonely uncle. He was an active member of the County Cork Man's Association. They've changed the name to the Cork Association. Women are now invited in too. And as late as 1946, he was involved in raising funds for a monument to another son of Ross Carbery, Jeremiah O'Donovan Rossa. He did also intriguingly give the name of a woman as next of kin on the papers when he was getting the job in the hospital. We have no idea who she was. He said she was his sister. She certainly wasn't, so that's another thread we have to follow. Do we have cousins that we don't know about? And we've discovered recently, since my brother wrote an article in the Examiner for the centenary last year, this came to him from some brilliant researchers in the US, that Jeremiah was drafted into the Navy. Did he come back to Europe? We don't know, to the theatre of war during World War II. However, he never made it home. On May the 6th, 1953, the week before his big trip, he was hit by a car while crossing the road at night in Trenton, New Jersey, and killed instantly. found a newspaper clipping of it in the Trenton Evening Times, which no longer exists. On his death, there were many tributes in the press. Jeremiah McCarthy turned his back on university life, exchanged the pen for the rifle, and risked his life for the fight of national independence. Like many others, he regretted that such a heartbreaking experience, reference to the Civil War, should come his way. When his body was flown back to Ireland, Tom Barry, who we remember had been on the opposite side during the Civil War, led the cortege and made the graveside oration at his funeral. Ger was buried in Drimoleague, not a million miles from his beloved Dreeny house. My parents married the following year, 1954. Both families knew of the circumstances, but the silence mostly prevailed, as in so many other cases. I've been having a lot of discussions with Ambrose's grandchildren. So his son Cyril, who died at the age of 42, doesn't have a headstone either. When he died of cancer, he left instructions to his wife and children that because his father didn't have a gravestone, he didn't want one. So one of the reasons we really want to find Ambrose's gravestone is so that we can then, continue this. And this is what I meant by ripples through a century. This story is still unfolding. Okay, 43 seconds. We have a lot more to do. We want to research in Trenton, New Jersey. I'd like to look up at the windows of where Ger Mac lived. I want to stand at the point on that street where he was killed and just take a moment. We'd like to fill in the jigsaw pieces of those 30 years. And of course, for Ambrose, we want to find where he is. 3 weeks ago, in Rosscarbery, the story came full circle, in a way. The centenary event on March the 31st, postponed for a year due to the pandemic, was held at the former site, the site of the former barracks. Here it is, and it's now the Garda station. It was organised by the local history society, and a plaque was unveiled which carries the names of all those killed in the attack. Farmer John Collins, aged 60, Farmer George Wilson, aged 24, Frankie Fitzpatrick, aged 4, Constable Charles Bowles, aged 22, and Sergeant Ambrose O'Shea, 46. A crowd of about 100 people gathered in the sunshine to remember them. Among those in attendance were family members of each, including Frankie's sister, now aged 103. I would love to interview her. On the strength of the article my brother wrote last year, a 2-page article in the Examiner, he was asked to say a few words. He declined, but he said, my sister will. So I got to speak on the day. Ger Mac's nephew, Tim, now in his late 80s, was there, and Ambrose's grandchildren, my cousins Robbie, Anne and Richard, they were meeting for the first time, coming together to share perspectives and above all, to remember. Thank you very much.
Thanks a million, Flora. That was a really fascinating journey through your research process, as well as kind of 100 years of family history. And it's kind of really public history in its truest form, I suppose, people going out and finding out their own family histories and presenting them here to the public. So thank you for sharing that story. We'll take questions at the end of the session for everybody. I should have said that earlier on. Next we have Liz Gillis. She's a historian and author from the Liberties here in Dublin, and she's the Dublin South County Council Historian in Residence for the Decade of Centenaries, which is an excellent project and endeavour that many county councils have engaged in over the course of this decade of centenaries, and another very important public historian as well, Liz Gillis is. She's written a number of books, including Women of the Irish Revolution, which was published in 2014, and The Hales Brothers, which was published in 2016. I can't read my own writing to give the full title of that book, I'm sorry about that. She's done a huge amount of public-facing work with various museums, in particular Richmond Barracks, but also the National Museum with TV and radio. She's been a researcher on the History Show on RTE Radio 1 and was also awarded the Lord Mayor's Award for contribution to history recently, which is testament to the recognition of her role as a public historian. And she's also the organiser of the annual conference into the burning of the Customs House in 1921. So Liz, if you'd like to come up.
So I'd just like to say again a huge thank you to Diarmuid and Helen and all the staff at the National Museum and Hugh Lane Gallery for organising today's event, and I'm delighted to actually be here. But I suppose following on from Flora's brilliant talk, I'm going to look at the Hales brothers and the Irish Revolution, a story which symbolises the whole. It sums up everything about the Irish Revolution, be it 1916 War of Independence and the Irish Civil War. The two brothers in particular, Tom and Sean, who we're going to focus on with the talk, were involved into cataclysmic events in the Civil War that led to horrible events taking place, the legacy of which we're still sort of dealing with today. But before we get to the war, we have to go back a little bit, because the family were always going to do something. And it starts with their father, Robert Hales, who himself was involved in the Fenian movement. Now, the family are from Bandon, and you have these connections with Skibbereen and Flora stories and so on. There are so many connections. But what we have to remember about that generation who took part in the revolution is that they grew up hearing the stories of the famine, of the land war, of the evictions. And those stories are passed down to the Hales children because their father had lived through those events, and especially in West Cork. It was so hard hit by the events of the famines and the evictions. So those children of Robert Hales, they were going to do something anyway, I firmly believe. But they're very much involved in the revolutionary movement from its early days. Tom, in fact, was the first of the Hales family to join the Irish Volunteers. You have the Kilpatrick Company, I think, was the first company to be set up in Bandon, and very soon after, Tom himself sets up his own company of volunteers, the Ballinadee Company. And he writes to the leadership in Cork saying, I've got loads of men, we'll have a great company, please give me permission to set it up. And they do, and it's made up of his friends and his neighbours. And pretty soon he is joined by his brothers, Sean, Robert and William. Another brother, Donald, he was in Genoa in Italy, but he also has a role to play in the revolution. 1916, the four brothers that were there in Cork, in Bandon, in Ballinadee, they're all involved. Cork was ready to rise in 1916, but of course the countermanding order scuppers everything, and you have so many men that are ready to strike in Cork, particularly in West Cork. They never get the chance. You have this meeting taking place in the family home of the Hales in Ballinadee, where Sean, Robert and Liam are present. Sean goes away. Tom isn't there because he says to everyone it is too dangerous. The police are going to come looking for us. You have Tomás McCourtin and Terence McSweeney there at the meeting as well. Now, at this time, there had been an arrangement agreed that if the volunteers surrendered their weapons, then no one would be arrested. Tom Hales did not believe this, and he says to them, do not give up any weapons, don't surrender them. Of course, he was proven right, because when he did surrender the weapons, they were all arrested, including William and Robert. Terence McSweeney was arrested. Sean was on the run, but he's later arrested, and Tom is the only one that remains on the run free during the period of 1916 up to December, when you have the general amnesty, and those who were interned in Frongach were released, including Robert, Liam and Sean. And it's in Frongach that you have this friendship, this relationship with Michael Collins developing. Now, he had been friends with the family long before, but those ties are really cemented. You have that West Cork clique really developing in Frongach after 1916. And then what happens after 1916? Well, the volunteers reorganise. 1916, a military failure, but it was the spark that ignited the flame of the revolution. And you have Tom Hales, Sean Hales, the whole family are involved in so many events that take place over the next 2.5 year period of the War of Independence. Tom's leadership skills are recognised by Collins. You have, at the time in 1916, the Cork Brigade. It's just one brigade. It's a massive area. So it is decided that there's a restructure needed, and you have Cork being divided into 3 brigades. Tom is given the leadership of the 3rd West Cork Brigade. You have then Sean rising up the ranks. He takes over control, or becomes the commanding officer of the Bandon Battalion of the IRA, and then you have Liam and Robert. So they move up the ranks within the companies, the battalions, and of course the brigades. And then we have, at the same time or soon after that restructuring, you have the formation of the flying column. So the 3rd West Cork Brigade flying column under the leadership of Tom Barry, and you can see the area that it covers was huge. And you have Flor actually talking already about the attack carried out by the flying column on Rosscarbery in March 1921. That followed very quickly after the Crossbarry ambush, in which 3 of the Hales brothers took part at the start of March 1921, if I'm not mistaken. Now, the family were on the radar of the authorities from as early as 1907, to be honest, but certainly as 1920 goes on, you have the arrival of the Black and Tans, the auxiliaries. That was bad enough. In West Cork in particular, you have a regiment of the British Army, the Essex Regiment, who were notorious. So you have not just the military, the ordinary military, you have the RIC, you have the Black and Tans, the auxiliaries, and the Essex, who are all trying to destroy the West Cork Brigade. Now, they do get a success on the 27th of July 1920 with the arrest of Tom Hales and Pat Hart, who was the quartermaster. And this photograph, courtesy of the Imperial War Museum, it is such a powerful photograph, and it just shows you that fake news was around a lot earlier than, you know, the 21st century, because this photograph proves that the British were lying. What had happened was the 2 men were arrested at Lara's farmhouse, and Tom was destroying documents. The wind that shakes the barley, the torture scene in that film, is based on what happens to Tom Hales, and what happens in that film is nothing compared to what happened to Hales and Hart in real life. They were tortured brutally. You can see from this photograph, they've got leather straps tied around them. Tom actually wrote a huge document detailing everything what happened to both himself and Hart at this time. And he also talks about the moment that this photograph was taken. Tom, they tried to make him, the Essex Regiment and the interrogation officers, tried to make him hold up a piece of material, which he recognised as the Union Jack, and he refused to do it. But Pat Hart, and you can see Pat Hart, he is under a lot of pressure there in that photograph. You can see it in his eyes. He is waving that flag. Whether he knows it's a flag, I don't know. But you have the response from the British. And basically what they said was that they may have gotten a few digs, and to excuse the language here, but Tom Hales called one of them a British bastard, so one of the soldiers gave him a punch, but then the officer, when he saw this, stopped it. You can see from that photograph, it was not just one punch that these men were given. The torture continued. After they'd been interrogated, they were then placed in a ward in a hospital with a lot of RAC policemen who had been injured. This obviously adds to the trauma then of Pat Hart. They were put on trial, they were sentenced 2 years, and they were sent to prison in England, where Pat Hart, who was on the brink of having a mental breakdown, was treated as a common criminal. No help was given to him, and eventually he is sent to Broadmoor Asylum. So they have Tom Hales out of the way. He is out of the picture. But Sean, William, Robert, they were still very active, as was their sister Madge. We cannot forget about their sister Madge, because while her brothers are on the run, Madge, who was a member of Cumann na mBan, but was, like so many women, told to get out of the organisation because the work that she was doing was so important, she could not be on the radar. She was helping to organise gun running between Cork and Italy, so between Michael Collins and her brother Donal in Italy, in Genoa, because he was at that time the Republican consul, and they are a huge aspect of this story. The shipment was all ready to go, but it was never sent to Ireland. Now, while she's doing that, while she's doing her own Republican activities, she was also keeping an eye on the farm, because they had a farm. She was trying to look after her parents, and also she is like so many women, suffering the threat of the raids. And these did happen. And in the case of the Hales family, their family home was destroyed because you have the reprisals for an ambush that was carried out. The Crown forces would then destroy local properties of Republican supporters and so on. And the Hales family didn't escape that. Literally, it was the four walls that were left standing. And this had a huge impact on their father's health. Sean, when he got the chance, he did pay back because you have the Earl of Bandon, Lord Bandon. His home was destroyed because by the end, as we're coming to the end of the War of Independence, you have the policy of the executions that were being carried out by the British government. Now, they were increasing in their frequency, and the Republican leadership basically decided that if any more Republicans were executed, then high-profile targets would be kidnapped and they would be executed. So an order was sent out to the West Cork IRA, the Bandon Battalion led by Sean, that they were to go and try to kidnap the Earl of Bandon, which they did. He wasn't there on the premises immediately when they go in. He was found eventually, but Tom Hales decided, well, since they destroyed his house, he was going to destroy their house. And this is the ruins on the right-hand side of the Earl of Bandon's house. It's a complete ruin. Now, for 6 weeks he was held. They did kidnap the Earl of Bandon. He was treated very well, but no, despite their efforts, they could not find the Earl of Bandon. There were so many searches for him, but you have that network throughout West Cork that he was just shifted and moved from place to place to place. And it was only when the truce was declared, a couple of weeks after the truce was declared, that the Earl of Bandon was released. So with the truce, great celebrations. I love this photograph of the kids in Dublin. It is an amazing photograph. I don't know if the kids knew what was going on. I'm sure they were aware something was going on. But while you've got these scenes of celebration, you've also got the reality of life for a lot of people. The kids that are waving the flags are barefooted. But you have this huge, huge sense of relief across the country. Peace has come to Ireland. But for the likes of the Haleses and so many families across the island, what were they coming home to? Now, in the case of the Haleses, well, their house was destroyed. Their father's health had been impacted. Tom was still in prison because although you have the treatment of prisoners does relax those who were interned and were in charge, were given prisoner of war status, you still have so many men and some women being held in prison. It wasn't until the signing of the treaty that you have the releases happening. Firstly, those who were interned, they would be released on the 8th December, and then those who were sentenced, so the likes of Tom, they're released later in December, January and February. But what was Tom Hales going to come home to? His house was destroyed. He himself had suffered so much in his interrogation, in the torture, and also in prison because there was a war going on in the prisons. Pat Hart, who was his comrade, who was arrested, who was tortured, his health had broken down and he did have a nervous breakdown, and eventually when he was brought home to Ireland, he ended up in the Richmond Asylum and he died in 1924. So the events that happened on the 27th of July in 1920 had huge ramifications both for Hales and Hart. But then, like the end of the First World War, like the end of the Second World War, there was a whole load of people getting married. They had just come through this, and you have so many weddings taking place. And again, this is a brilliant photograph of what should be a hugely, hugely happy event, the wedding between Leslie Price from Dublin and Tom Barry from West Cork. Although she was from Dublin, she was sent down to organise coming on in West Cork, and she worked with the 3rd West Cork Brigade and the flying column. But while this photograph shows a happy event, it is such a sad photograph because a year later, many people in this photograph were on opposite sides in the Civil War. Some in this photograph were actually dead. The wedding took place on the 22nd of August 1921, a year to that day. Michael Collins, seen there with his head down in the back, that would be the day that he would die in West Cork at the hands of the brother of his friend Sean Hales, who was also in that photograph. So the The treaty that was signed, it did cause a split within the ranks of Sinn Féin, the IRA, Cumann na mBan, and so on. You have so many arguments, so many debates taking place in public and in private as to why this treaty should be accepted and rejected. And the Hales family, like so many families, they split on the issue. They did go on a pro-treaty camp and an anti-treaty camp, which is surprising considering what the family did go through. And it was Sean and his sister Marge that take the pro-treaty side. Tom, Robert, Liam and Donal, they took the pro-treaty side, and Liam, Robert, Tom and Donal took the anti-treaty side. And you have in the lead up to the Civil War, there are many attempts by the press to draw Tom and Sean out to attack each other. They never would. Sean himself, though, like so many who took the pro-treaty side, they were Republican. They believed in that idea of the stepping stone theory, which didn't materialise later on. And you have an instance where in one of the county councils, you have a councillor saying that the anti-treaty side are the Republicans, and Tom Hales really takes exception to this and attacks the person, saying, basically, do not say that I am not a Republican. I am as much a Republican as anyone who is on the opposite side to me. But the Civil War, that was just a newspaper report when Tom was released from prison. And before he did return to Ireland, he visited Per Hart, who was in Broadmoor Asylum at the time. So there we have the pro-treaty and anti-treaty factions of the family. As I mentioned them, Sean and Marge go pro-treaty, Robert, Liam, William, or Donal and Tom take the anti-treaty side. And the Civil War, it does begin in June 1922. You have that long lead up into it. You have the convention taking place in March of the IRA. And there we have Tom there circled in the middle. He is up in Dublin. He is speaking why he will not accept this treaty. And in the meantime, you've got Sean saying why he will actually accept it. But as I said, despite the many efforts, the brothers would not publicly attack each other. And then we come to Cork, August 1922. Now, the Civil War, as I said, began in June 22. You have Collins doing his tour of West Cork. And he does visit so many places. And we've seen the photograph in Flora's presentation that he visits Skibbereen, but he also visits Bandon. And this is the last photograph taken of Collins before he sets out on that journey. And who he met in Bandon was Sean Hales. And Sean Hales, who was the commandant in charge of the Free State forces in Bandon, tells Collins not to go that way. It is too dangerous. And while Collins is meeting Sean Hales, and Sean Hales is telling him not to go down that route, you have Tom overseeing the preparations for the ambush where Collins will die hours later. And this, of course, had a huge impact on the brothers. Now, reportedly, I haven't seen the letter, but apparently the evening after the ambush, Sean and Tom did meet, and Tom told Sean of what did happen, but I don't know the contents of what is in that letter. But there is a great description in Liam Deasy's book, Brother Against Brother, where they didn't know immediately who had been killed. All they knew was that someone was shot at Ballinablaw. And then word comes through later that actually it was Collins. And you can see the difference between the young members of the IRA and the older members, those who knew Collins, those who were really impacted by this split. Because while the younger men were sort of happy or cheering that it was Collins that they got, Tom Hales just put his head in his hands, because what the realisation was is that what is coming next, we will not be able to stop it. And that's exactly what happens, because within 4 days of Collins' death, you have the murders taking place, the reprisal murders taking place in Dublin of two Fianna boys, two members of the Fianna, Alfred Cole and Sean Colley. Now, Sean obviously was hugely, hugely worried about Tom's safety, and William and Robert, because you have the nature of the war, it descends. You have the unofficial killings. You have men being taken out of cells, their bodies being found, certainly up in Dublin, all around South County. But eventually, the brothers are taken into custody. It must have been a relief for Sean. They get Tom to safety. He's really taken away from the West and out of danger. So basically, he's in custody. Nothing will happen to him. But Sean was curious about what actually happened at Ballinablaw. And he wanted questions asked in the Dáil. And eventually, despite repeated attempts where he was prevented from those questions being asked, eventually he is going to get his chance on the 7th of December 1922, because Pádraig O'Malley, who was the last Count Corla, was a friend of Sean Hales. And Sean had asked him to raise the questions in the Dáil. Can we have an inquest? Because there was an inquest into the shooting of Collins. Now, what you had on that day is Sean is killed on the streets of Dublin, outside the Ormond Hotel. And the reason that Sean was shot was because of the murder bill, which was the emergency legislation that was introduced by the provisional government. Basically, if you're found with a gun or ammunition, you could be executed. Now, this is called the murder bill by the anti-treaty IRA. And what they decided was that anyone who voted yes for that bill or for that legislation was a legitimate target in the eyes of the anti-treaty IRA. They could be assassinated. Pádraig O'Malley had voted yes. Sean Hales did not take part in the vote. He was not on their list. However, he and O'Malley are coming out of the Ormond Hotel together. At the same time, you have Sean getting on the Hackney cab. O'Malley is called back by someone that he knows. He steps off, and at that moment, you have two IRA men coming around from a laneway, opening fire, and O'Malley is wounded, and Sean takes the full force. He was dead within minutes. Jervis Street Hospital, by the time he got there, he was dead. But now what happens is it descends even further. Up to that point, you have W.T. Cosgrave, who was the president of the provisional government at this time. They were actually talking about giving clemency to the anti-treaty IRA. And there's a quote in the newspaper, you'll see it in a moment, that basically, with the shooting of Sean Hales, that was it. The only way to end this campaign was to smash it. Obviously, Tom's response to his brother's death, it's a huge tragedy, and he writes a letter to his mother, but the response then from the provisional government was to take out 4 men as an example and execute them in Mountjoy Jail the very next day, the 8th of December. And here are the 4 men: Dick Barrett, Joe McKelvey, Liam Mellows, Rory O'Connor. Now, the tragedy that we sort of all know is Kevin O'Higgins, Rory O'Connor, best friends. Kevin O'Higgins was the last one to sign off on to agree that Rory O'Connor would be executed, his best man at his wedding the year before. However, Dick Barrett and Sean Hales had been such good friends. They had fought together in the War of Independence. And you have a letter from the Hales family saying this is not what Sean would have wanted. But you see, these events, the shooting of Collins, the death of Sean Hales, it leads to this descent into chaos and savagery of the Civil War. And then, of course, we have the personal impact on the family. What impact did it have on the family? And it had a huge, huge toll. The family had lost their breadwinner in Sean, and also the family had lost their home, and they had to rebuild. And Madge here, she had to beg for money from the government to help with her father's health care. But eventually you have the healing taking place. In 1930, a memorial was unveiled to Sean. It is there abandoned, made of Italian marble. It said in public, Tom did not go to attend that event. However, in private, he would go to the memorial. And then I suppose this photograph sums it all up, because this is a photograph at the unveiling of the memorial to Collins in Sam's Cross in 1965. And here you have, side by side, men who took part in the ambush on that day with men who were Collins's closest friends. So the brothers, they were apart in the Civil War. In death, they are apart because they're in the graveyards in Shannon and in Bandon. But they did pay the ultimate price. As one comrade put it, to sum it up, they placed their all on the altar of their country. Was that a price they were willing to pay? I don't know. But it was such a severe price to pay for the freedom of their country. Thank you.
That was wonderful, Liz. Thank you so much. Such a micro-history of the Irish Civil War and the War of Independence. And thank you for that, and for the passion as well that you spoke with. Just to remind people who are online, if you want to type in questions to the box, you're free to do so, and we'll get to them afterwards. So our final speaker today is Valerie Cox. She's an author and broadcaster who's worked for the Wicklow People, the Irish Independent, East Coast Radio, and also for RTE. She's also written 6 books books, the latest of which is Independence Memories, A People's Portrait of the Early Days of the Irish Nation. She's also written about social issues across her journalistic career and is an activist in many ways, in that she took the Workplace Relations Commission, she took a case to the Workplace Relations Commission on being forced to retire at the age of 65. So we're delighted that she hasn't stopped working and that she's here to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and it is indeed a great privilege to be here today. Thank you very much for asking me. And I must say I've enjoyed the previous two speakers very much indeed. I'm learning a lot. I'm not an historian. I write about the human interest side of things. And how this came about was I was asked to write a book about people who were born in the 1920s and who had literally grown up with Ireland, with the new state. And I interviewed 26 people, all in their 90s, some of them almost 100. And the stories they told were so wonderful. And what really struck me afterwards was none of them had told these stories before. They'd never been documented before. And here we had this absolute treasure, this gold dust, and they weren't going to be with us for very much longer. In fact, 7 people from that cohort have died since. And the interesting thing is the effect on their families of having their stories told and in print. The families were absolutely delighted. And in fact, the books were brought up at the offertory at the various masses and extracts read and so on. But it struck me at the time how much stuff we're losing because nobody actually takes the time to write it down. And the second book came about as a result of that, Independence Memories. And these are all people most of them had already died. So because of the lapse of time in 1922, 1921 and so on, we're talking to the children and the grandchildren of the people who were caught up in those times, not necessarily involved, but caught up in the horrors of war and the black and tans and everything else that was happening. But most of the time these interviews were done on Zoom because they were done in the 2020 to 21 period, with the exception of 2. And one of them was an elderly lady I'd gone to see to talk to her about her experiences in County Kerry, in Killarney specifically. And, this was the extraordinary thing about it. She started off, and I just want to get it here, because at the time, I didn't know her age, right? And she started talking about being in the Mercy Convent in Killarney in 1922 as a school child when there was an attack on the RIC barracks up the road and the nuns wouldn't let them go home. They brought them in and gave them milk and sandwiches and kept them in until 5 o'clock. And something was going on. Maureen, hang on a second. If you remember that, you must be way over 100. And she said, oh yes, she says, I am, I'm 107. And I kind of looked quizzically at her, and she said, I knew you wouldn't believe me. And this woman, was so active and, no physical problems, clear as a bell. And she produced a letter from the president congratulating her on her 100th birthday. And then she produced, and I didn't even know these existed, 7 silver medals, because apparently after 100, you get a silver medal for every year of your life after that. And she's got another one now. She's 108 now. But, they're the kinds of things. Her stories, her story would never have been written down. And I want to tell you a little bit more about her because she's an absolutely fascinating woman. Her family inadvertently ended up being affected by the war. And I'm just looking for the page now, which I'll find in a minute. She actually ended up as a graduate, a chemistry graduate of UCC. And she is now, of course, their oldest graduate in science, Maureen. Yeah. Maureen's family didn't have it easy. Her father was a civil servant, and it was his job to deliver the old age pension to people in the neighbourhood, because back then they didn't have ATMs or they didn't go to the post office or whatever for it. Now, she told me the story about when her brother became ill. Now to just, yeah, yes. Two of her brothers died very young. Rory, the eldest, died when he was 17 from an acute appendix. And she says, we were living in Killarney. He was taken to Cork and it had perforated by the time he got there. There were no antibiotics then, so he died in about 6 days. And I remember being at the station in Killarney, waiting for the train, and Daddy and Mummy getting off with the coffin. My first brush with death, I suppose. That was 1921. Now, this one is very tragic. Then Con died also of acute appendicitis. It was Christmas Day when he got the pain in his stomach, 5 or 6 months after Rory. It was during the War of Independence, and of course they couldn't take him up to Cork as the roads were blocked. The military barracks in Killarney got in touch with the military barracks in Cork, and one of them went to the surgeon and told him about it, and the surgeon set off on the Macroom Road. But he was turned back, he wasn't allowed through, so he tried the Mallow Road. Dad, being the civil servant, he could go anywhere on his motorbike. So he set off and met the car and stopped it. The poor surgeon thought he would be forced to turn back, but it was Dad, and he was able to bring him through to the house. The kitchen table was scrubbed and carried up to the bedroom, and Con was operated on in the bedroom. The 2 doctors in Killarney were with him for the operation. One was acting as the anaesthetist. When they opened him, the appendix had perforated, so he had peritonitis, and there were no antibiotics back then, so nothing could be done. He died about 4 or 5 days later. I mean, that is the sort of thing that happened that affected families. Simple thing, this boy died because they couldn't get a car through to the hospital. And Maureen then, she goes on in that vein, she tells lots of lovely stories from that time and how the war affected her. The day she was in her class, she says, we were all kept in. It was about a mile away from the barracks. We weren't allowed out to play that day, and the 2 or 3 children who lived nearby weren't even allowed home for their lunch. The nuns gave us milk and sandwiches, and then all of a sudden we could hear shooting. The Killarney barracks was being taken over by the Irish. We weren't allowed home until about 5 o'clock in the evening. So I think it's actually quite amazing to have that kind of a memory from somebody who's still living. And this is what I'm talking about, the treasury of stuff that's out there that we're missing. Another family, John Vahey. John Vahey was a gamekeeper, a very successful gamekeeper who worked for a number of big families and big estates. And he used to make his money on the side by shooting rabbits. And they'd go out and shoot about 50 rabbits a night. They'd string them together, they'd get them on the train to Dublin, and they'd be sent to London. And he was making a fortune, actually, selling the rabbits. But the Black and Tans heard about the family, and what actually happened was his one of the relatives, it would be the uncle of the woman I interviewed, Mary Finlay, because obviously John Vahey has left us now, and this was down in Clún Cormac. It's a cluster of houses between Ballinrobe and Claremorris in County Mayo. And Mary had lovely memories too. She said, my grandfather was an accomplished gamekeeper, and I remember as children we'd be going to school, and we'd meet him on the way home on his bicycle from shooting rabbits. He'd have the gun strapped over his shoulder using the belt of his coat, and he'd have a little canvas bag to hold the rabbits. He wore a peaked cap, and he'd always stop when he saw his grandchildren. He'd always have change in his pocket. I can still see myself getting the threepenny bit with the hair on it. Now, her uncle, Patrick Joseph, had started working as a runner with the IRA when he was only 16 years old. He died when he was 17, and his death notice was in the local newspaper. Now, he was the only member of the family to be involved in the IRA, but because this was referenced in the death notice, it was assumed the family were involved as well. Now, what actually happened then was the IRA decided to raid their house. And they arrived, there were a couple of children at home minding a baby, and they told the kids, the eldest one, John Vahey, to go and get his father. And he said, where's your father? At work. Where's your mother? In the fields. Go get them. Now, John Vahey talked a lot to his family about this particular story. He wasn't moving fast enough when he went out the door of the house. And one of the Black and Tans followed him and tipped him on the bottom with a bayonet and cut him. And he always had a scar where that happened. He was only about 6 at the time. And he's now running. There are no other houses close by. He's going for his dad and his mum across the main road. He's running as fast as he can, absolutely breathless. He often told me that he was so breathless that when he met his dad coming home, he wasn't able to tell him what had happened. Word had reached the big house, which was about a mile away, that the Black and Tans were in the area. And his dad, knowing there were children in the house, was on his way to check on him. The other kids were in the fields with their mother. The Black and Tans absolutely wrecked the house. My grandfather arrived at his house and the raiders were gone and the house was wrecked. He was absolutely furious. He went back up to his boss, Mr. Gildee, and he often had discussions with his boss about the Black and Tans. And his boss would say, "My countrymen would not be involved in such atrocities." And he would repeat that from time to time. He was an Englishman, but his wife and himself were well liked in the area. So my grandfather went up to him and said, "If you want to see what your countrymen are capable of, you can see my house." And Mr. Gildea came down and looked to the house, and he was absolutely appalled at what he saw. So he brought my grandfather back up to the big house, harnessed up a horse and cart, and they took furniture from the big house, piled it into the cart and brought it down to my grandfather's house. Absolutely decent of them. And when I was a child, I always wondered why we had big, huge dressers and wardrobes, far too big for the house. And, you know, that is another perspective on it. But there's another person I want to tell you about, and these are all coming from the interviews I did for Independence Memories. I mentioned the role of women, but not too much. I think that's been very well covered already. But I spoke to a lot of women who were children and grandchildren of the women who were runners and who, it's felt generally, they never got recognition for what they did. I spoke to a number of street traders in Dublin whose mothers and grandmothers were street traders and were runners at the time. And what they used to do was they'd go around in their prams and they'd carry everything in the prams, from messages to weapons, anything at all that the rebels wanted. So they'd be going around with these, and the Black and Tans were very suspicious of them. And on one occasion, they hit a baby in a pram with the butt of a rifle. But they used to also carry bottles of milk for the babies. And there would be tiny little messages about where people were to meet or where there were gatherings, and they'd put them into the bottles of milk and they'd bring them round with them and deliver them, and they were never suspected apparently of that, which I thought was absolutely an amazing story. But there were a lot of civilians, up to 400 civilians were killed during this period because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. And I want to tell you the story of Mary Ellen Kavanagh. Now, Mary's uncle, Peter Kavanagh, lives in Dundalk, and he was the editor of the local newspaper and the brother of Paul Kavanagh, the great photographer of the period, who has so much stuff. Now, Mary Ellen Kavanagh was 19 years old and she lived in Donegal. And she was caught up in a bank raid in the town of Buncrana on the 4th of May in 1922. A bunch of irregulars had raided the bank, shooting started, and Mary Ellen ran out in the street to pick up a small child and protect him, and she was hit by a stray bullet. Now, she was taken to hospital in Derry, and she died after about a fortnight. One half of her family still believe it was the raiders, the irregulars, who fired the shot that killed her. Others think it was pro-treaty people who were coming up the street. Peter Kavanagh says it could have been either side. Now, Mary Ellen was one of a family of 15, 11 of whom were girls, and her sister Sarah stayed with her in the hospital and was with her when she died. There was an inquest into the shooting, but the only inquest being held there was no inquest, because the only inquests being held at the time were military shootings, military affairs, so they didn't bother about her. She was just a young girl. But the family was offered compensation, £1 for every year of her life, and they were given £19. There's a memorial now to her memory in Buncrana, opposite the scene of the shooting, and in 2015, a plaque was unveiled at the site. Now, this turned her family, obviously, into absolute rebels, Republicans. They got out there. I mean, we don't have enough time to tell you their full story, but it is absolutely fascinating. Some of the people I spoke to were a little bit not that keen on telling their story. And, this still pervades in the country. People will tell you stories, but they'll say, leave that bit out, or don't mention the name, or leave it anonymous. And it's something that struck me over the last few years, because my husband's father was an IRA man in the north, from Derrygonnelly in Fermanagh. And in 1921, he was captured. He was put on the prison ship, the Argenta, which was moored off Belfast Lough, with hundreds of others. And in 1922, they were deported by order of the Crown. And they were deported south and told they couldn't go back to the north. Now, these were all northerners, remember. And Brian's father came south. He never went north again. He was an only child, and his parents would have nothing to do with them. And he never had contact with his parents again. They never knew they had children and grandchildren. And he never even knew when his parents died. And I think that is the real tragedy of the period we're speaking about. My husband didn't know anything about his father's past until a few years after he died. We think the elder brother might have known, but anyway, Brian found an old trunk. And in the trunk were autograph books written by the men on the Argenta, some of them very well-known names, others we've never heard of. But they are actually all recorded. They're recorded actually in Denise Klein-Rickard's book on the Argenta. So Brian decided about 20 years ago it would be a great idea to track down the families of the men and to find out what became of them. And he spent about 15 years. Now, you might ask, why did it take 15 years? And the answer to that is he was enjoying himself far too much. He was making friends, going to everything from weddings, funerals, everything. They all became great pals. So he took ages to write the book. Anyway, the book is now finished and will be published later this year. But one of the things that comes through very much, and obviously the interviews are with their children and grandchildren, very few of them had ever talked about their lives in the North and being members of the IRA. Now, around the same time, the Public Records Office in the North released a lot of these documents, which is wonderful, because you can go now and you can read all the things they did, allegedly, and what they were convicted of, and descriptions of their characters written by the police up there. And, my father-in-law is described, I've never met him, I mean, he was a very old man, and my husband is his youngest child, and although I met Brian's mother, I never met his dad. He died a few years before we met. But, they never spoke about it, but yet they were proud of what they did. And there's very little we can find except the records in the North. They described him as a very dangerous man who couldn't be trusted and should be left to rot in prison for the rest of his life. But then they had this great idea of deporting everybody. And when Brian went around and got their stories, the interesting things were what they did when they came to Dublin. And one of them, for example, he decided that the cleverest thing he could do in Dublin would be to join the civil service and get himself into the pensions department, and then okay pensions for all his comrades as they came up. And he did it. And some of the others had similar stories to that, and they continued activities when they came south. Now, a large tranche of them, believe it or not, joined the then fledgling Gardaí. And my father-in-law is one of them. He became Garda Sergeant out in Howth. But the stories they continued with after they came south, not him specifically, about moving arms, moving guns, carrying things up and down under piles of potatoes. I mean, it's going to be a great read. But coming back to how they moved things, in some of my stories, they had awful trouble moving their weapons and getting the messages and so around. So one of the things somebody came up with, which I thought was ingenious, I'm sure it's been documented elsewhere, they used to use the coffins of dead British soldiers. They were all brought back to England. So what they used to do was they'd intercept them on the train, or before they get on the train, if they had a friendly undertaker. And they used to open the coffins on the train or beforehand and put the guns in. Now, the security was so stringent that even the people who worked in the train stations were searched regularly. And I mean, there was even stories of strip searching, so they wouldn't be taking anything onto the trains or whatever, but nobody ever touched the coffin of a dead British soldier. And some of them have told me stories about how they did that. How are we doing for time? 1 minute. Oh, I'm over, sorry. So, you know, if anything, my wish now would be that, and I know I'm preaching to the converted here, but that we would get out there and, you know, harvest this great treasure that's out there. Most of the stories I've told have never been told before because nobody's ever asked people to write it down. And I think it's very important. My grandmother, when we were small children, she used to tell us stories about being in her grandfather's workshop and listening to men having meetings. Now, she didn't know what was going on, but he turned out to be Michael Lambert, the Fenian. Now, he'd be my great-great-grandfather, and he was an instrument maker, and he made the key that let James Stephens out of prison. He went into the prison, put bread in his mouth, softened it, took an imprint of the key and made the key. And there was £100 reward on his life, dead or alive. And at one stage, my mum's cousin, Father William Langan, started doing research on it and put a lot of it together about what happened. He had a state funeral. It was led by the Lord Mayor's coach. And somebody has now even got the front page of the newspaper saying, wanted, dead or alive, £100 and a picture. And a photo. I think we probably all have things like that in our past, but certainly the vast majority of Irish people do. And I would love to see this stuff being recorded. I mean, Maureen's story, Maureen Hughes, that had never been written down. And I interviewed her aged 107. So can you imagine how much more stuff is out there? Sorry for going over a little bit, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was another amazing talk. Thank you so much, Valerie. I have lots of questions, but I also don't want to hog the questions. So there's one question here to give people in the room a little time, and one comment. So one lady, Bridget, wrote that the parallels with current issues in the North are striking in terms of intergenerational trauma. And I wonder, would anybody like to, it's not a question per se, but is everybody mentioned intergenerational trauma in terms of stuff that's never been spoken about, and particularly your story, Flor, where you didn't know anything about it previously. So to what extent do you think is the not talking about it evidence of the intergenerational trauma?
Well, if I have a little comment on it.
Yeah.
About 20 years ago, whatever, I was working in RT in Cork as a journalist, and I got interested in the British Legion office in Cork when I read that it had the fastest growing membership of any of the British Legion offices worldwide. So I thought, why is this happening? And it was, of course, the Good Friday Agreement was, the peace process in the North was going really well. Good Friday Agreement was being signed. And so I went there with my little tape recorder, and I met the most incredible people, many of whom were telling their stories for the first time. So men and women. There was a man called O'Donovan from Leap. He and his twin brother had enlisted, the O'Donovan brothers from West Cork. There's quite a few famous O'Donovan brothers in West Cork. But the question I asked them all around a table first question was, why did you enlist? And they said they enlisted for economic reasons. They were due to board a ship in Southampton. His brother missed the train, or he missed the train. He didn't make the ship. His brother, it was torpedoed half an hour out into the channel. And so that was his twin brother gone. They were telling these stories for the first time. There was a guy called Murphy from Barrack Street in Cork who told me he was 16 when he enlisted for World War II. And he said, Michael Murphy, there was loads of them around. I just used someone else's papers. He enlisted for the adventure, and he said, by God, I got my adventure. I spent my 17th birthday eating the grubs off the bark of a tree in the Burmese jungle. And they only felt, able to tell their stories after the passage of time. And I just think it's so important. The Decade of Centenaries has done superb work, and places such as the National Museum and the historians like you in affording us the opportunity to tell these stories, because I think that intergenerational trauma is real, and I can't help thinking about Ukraine and what's ahead.
Yeah. I think that's on everybody's mind, actually, Liz. That was on my mind when I was kind of thinking about your papers and what you were going to talk about today. It's about the ordinariness of conflict and how the ordinary things we do, like being an instrument maker, actually those ordinary things then become embedded in hugely significant events, and we have no way of knowing what is going to happen, I suppose, both in terms of the North as well, people coming just out of that conflict much more recently than, we'll say, the period of the 1910s or the 1920s, and they're at a different stage, and then also thinking about what's going to happen globally and in Ireland if people settle from Ukraine as well. Liz, do you have anything to say in relation to the intergenerational trauma element of the Hales brothers' story?
Yeah, well, obviously the family were deeply affected, and they knew the story, but there was a lot of aspects of the Hales story they didn't know, and I would come to them, and because they were very, very, like the family were amazingly supportive of me going down, like a girl from Dublin going down to West Cork to write about a family from West Cork, like that's a huge thing, but they were totally responsive to what I was discovering as well. So it was, I have to say though, when the book came out, it was actually like a huge, a cathartic experience for them, because they had wanted the story to be told for so long. And I suppose the Hales family symbolise the Civil War because of what happened to Sean, because of what happened to Tom. And if you see Winda Shakes the Barley, it is their story. And in all of the books that were written on the Civil War, that's why I wrote my thesis, because everyone would say the Hales brothers symbolise the Civil War, and then you get like a page on them or a paragraph, and Peter Hart wrote the chapter on them, but even that didn't tell the story. So when it was released, it was like the family then could go, okay, this is it now, we can talk, and it sort of opened up something for them that was acceptable to talk about this. And what was really poignant for me was we had a launch in the Munster Arms Hotel where Sean met Collins. The 3-4 generations of the family were there. Within 18 months of the book coming out, Mr. Hales, who was my contact, his brother Tom, and Eileen, their sister, all died. It was like they were, as their daughter said, it was like they were waiting for the story to be out there. They'd been holding it for so long. It was safe. They had approved what I'd written, and it was like they could go.
Peace then.
Yeah.
You're given peace. Yeah, and that's that's why I think things like this are so important. The value of history is not just about telling the stories of the state, which are hugely important, but the story of the state is the story of the people who live and die for that state, and that's why it's hugely significant. To be able to give that piece back is very important. Valerie, obviously there's intergenerational stuff with what you
Yeah, I was just
uncovered.
thinking of John Cox, but and that's it'll be great. I hope the book has the same cathartic effect on those families as yours did. I think it's terrific, but yeah, you know. Trauma is there, and it's there in a lot of the other families because they lost their contacts in the North. I remember in the 1970s, I think it was, now Brian's father had died in the 60s. His eldest brother decided, we'll do a little bit of peacemaking here. And he made contact with the family. Now, obviously, the parents were dead, but he made he was an only child, so they made contact with cousins. And the cousins wouldn't have anything to do with him because they thought he was after the land because they'd inherited the land. So we'll see after the book comes out.
Yeah. Anybody in the audience? The gentleman here has your hand.
Just for Florence, one comment and 2 questions, if I may. I mean, yesterday we heard a lot about how women have been enlightened. Yesterday we heard a lot about how women have been enlightened from history. And we heard a little bit about women as combatants, but women as non-combatants. And I think one of the things that arose in the affray in Rosscarbery was that was put down by the Reverend Mother and nuns coming down from the convent on the hill, who told Tom Barry and his men to go on their way and told the RIC to stop firing. And then they protected 2 of the RIC men for a period. And the history of the convent in Rosscarbery has more detail, not they have very good annals. But so sometimes these things do vanish from history, and I can imagine why Tom Barry mightn't have seen it appropriate to say that he was down-faced by a spinster. You know, he had his views on women and their place. The questions relate, one, to the date. Now, there seems to be sort of an official plaque and a provisional plaque.
Yes.
One talks about the 30th of March and one talks about the 31st of March in the best tradition. I just wondered why and what's the truth. And the second is, again, relating to the records. On the most recently unveiled plaque and in O'Halpin's book, the reference is to Ambrose Shea, yet you call him O'Shea all the time.
Yeah.
Is that a mistake? And incidentally, I noticed that all the IRA men have their place of origin carefully included on the plaque, but the two RIC men haven't. I wonder why Baltimore doesn't appear against the name.
Yeah. Oh, wow. You know, you've done your research, haven't you? They're brilliant comments and questions. First of all, on the nuns, I can vouch for the fearsome nuns of Rosscarbery. My parents tried to send me there if I failed my intercert, and I wasn't having any of it. But yeah, I did read that. I did not know that the Mother Superior marched down to the village and gave Tom Barry a piece of her mind. But I did read that some of the RIC men had escaped into the grounds of the convent, which of course was very close. On the plaque, it is, so it's wrong, it's incorrect. It was a mistake. And the date is fixed on the new one, which was erected there a month ago. And I think it was just a bit of confusion over, what time of day you could pinpoint the beginning of the attack at. So the barracks was surrounded at night on the 30th, but, did the firing begin at 1 a.m.? So I think it was that sort of debate that led to that. And I just suppose it shows the value of more research to verify those sort of details. And on the name, it's an interesting one. I've been having that discussion with my cousins who are O'Shea. My mother was an O'Shea. Eunan O'Halpin and Dahi O'Caron have him listed as Shea. He's Shea on the plaque that was unveiled a month ago, but his granddaughter stood there and said to me, "Oh, they have him, it should be, they've missed the O. They've missed the O, Shea." So I don't know that. I think it's like, a lot of names change. I'm an MAC. My father was MC, but that was a mistake on his birth cert. So I think there are some very good reasons why people drop deliberately the O's, or there was also a religious reason for it often. But in this case, I think we need to do some more research. But thanks, brilliant questions. Could I ask your name?
David Nolan.
Thanks, David. Are you an historian as well? No?
A local historian in Rosscarbery.
Ah, okay. You know a lot more than I do about this then.
I wonder, is the name thing a product of the official records that maybe Eunan O'Halpin and Dahi O'Coran consulted? So maybe he was recorded as that, and maybe the O was included later as a
could be
an Irishization, Gaelicization of the name, possibly as well as a part of the new state. Any more questions from the audience? Yeah, Orla.
Hi, I have a question for Liz. You mentioned that women like the sister of the Hales brothers were discouraged from involvement in political organisations like Cumann na Ban. You said in order to stay off the radar because what they were doing was so important. Do you think the discouragement was purely practical, or do you think that maybe the men were a bit reluctant to share some of the limelight?
It's not that they were discouraged, as in they were just told, leave. We need you for this important work, so you cannot be identified with this organisation. And so Matt is one of them. Another great example is Josie Stallard. So she was Kilkenny. She came up to Dublin after 1916, but she was working in intelligence at Calbrew through her future husband Liam Clark. So she had joined Cumann na Ban. But because of the nature of her work, she'd be travelling between Dublin and Liverpool and so on, bringing messages. So it was better that she would not be known to be a member of this organisation, because they were suspicious that the women were involved, especially after 1916, with so many of them being arrested. So she leaves the organisation. But she carries on her work. Now, we know so much about Josie because she made a witness statement. She left a statement, which is brilliant, and there's a pension file for her husband. But she was told to leave because of the nature of her work, so that's why the girls are told to leave. We need you for this type of work. You cannot be identified with coming on, because then you'll be on the radar. So, and it's always to do with intelligence primarily. And in the case of Madge Hales, it's gun running, like organising this massive shipments of guns that were going to come from Italy towards the end of the War of Independence. That never came. So she was going between Italy and Cork and stuff, you know. So it's to protect the women so they could do the work that they needed to. What comes after then is a whole different story. But yeah, no, at the time, no, it's primarily because the work they had to do was so important. The egos come later, and yeah.
Any other questions? Yeah.
Just on that question of trust, you were talking about. You were just talking about how, for many of these women who you were talking to, who were in their 90s, that they hadn't want to tell their story, or there was an element of the story that they were quite happy to communicate with you, but wouldn't want to go any further. How did you uncork that? How did you overcome that?
Well, most of the time I got around them, you know. But
that's what I mean. How?
There was a rawness, Paul. I mean, you know, 100 years later, lots of families are still very raw about certain things that happened, you know, and they could feel that. And also because they'd never spoken about, I mean, they'd spoken to their families, but because they'd never spoken publicly about it before, it was difficult for them. But then when I explained everybody else was doing it, they did come round.
Well, sorry on that. Did you having a story, personal one to tell, also help in that opening up?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have anything like what some of them had, but the ones who were in their 90s now, that was the other book, Growing Up with Ireland. I didn't specifically go out looking for stories about the War of Independence or the Civil War. I just wanted to tell the story of what happened to 26 people in their 90s who grew up, or who were born in the 1920s, and how that impinged on their lives and so on. And I mean, lots of it had nothing to do with politics. It was just their own stories. But I mean, some of them were fascinating. One of the guys, his previous job was as a private secretary to Charlie Haughey. Now, he could never talk, but now he says, Asher, I'm in my 90s now.
There's a book in that.
He told me the story of how they were having, Charlie Haughey decided he was going to have a mass for the start of the agricultural year, right? So nothing to do him to have a normal priest. He shipped in a Monsignor from Rome to say the mass. And it was going to be held in Athlone anyway. And it was a big, big event. But Haughey told this man to order 2 pulpits for the mass, 1 for the priest and 1 for Haughey, so he could make a speech from the altar. But that's in print now, so it's okay.
Anybody else? Could I ask you, Valerie, then, about how you selected the people whose memories got included, or what got left out?
Very little got left out, because the quality of the stories I was getting were amazing. I mean, I just started by looking for people in their 90s, and I asked everybody I knew, and said, do you have an elderly granny or whatever, grandfather? And stories began to come, you know. I mean, Adrian Kennedy, the DJ, he heard I was doing it, and he offered me his grandmother, who was well into her 90s, and she was a hoot. And when she was young, when she was about 20, she used to walk or cycle to work in Dublin. And the bus driver, she caught his eye. And he'd be sitting at the terminus waiting to take off every day when she'd pass. So every day he'd fling a rose at her out the window of the bus. And then one day he got out with the rose and he said, will you go out with me? And they got married, and they were married for decades. And he was a widower with a bunch of small kids, and she reared all his children. But very sadly, she died in her sleep last year one night. But she was fabulous, full of energy and everything. And then he'd tell somebody else I was looking for them. You know, it happened like that, really. A local teacher gave me 2 people that she knew of. And nobody actually turned me down. I was very lucky. But I had the most fascinating people. And the book is still available. It's gone into another edition now. One of them is the campanologist in Dundrum Parish Church. He was the oldest campanologist in Ireland, and he died last year. And, you know, that's the awfulness about writing a book full of 90-year-olds. The inevitable is going to happen. And, you know, I got so close to them. You spend a few hours chatting and drinking their tea and eating their scones, and, you know, you really do become friends. And there's that guy in particular, the campanologist, Cyril Galbraith, he was wonderful. And I had a book launch in, well, I had several of them, but I had one of them in Corners Court in Duns, and they set me up in, you know, the avenue bit opposite the cafe. And Cyril turned up. He said, he said, it's down the road. I'm here to help you with this. And he ended up signing all the books, you know. But, you know, there's great people in it. But most people in their 90s are quite happy to have a chat, you know.
Yeah.
When you interviewed them, did you interview them once, or did you go back to review the stories?
It depended. I did a lot of preparatory work, talked to them on the phone, or whoever had given them to me as well, and did a lot of questions. Now, I did have a lot of problems with deafness, and it wasn't my deafness, but we'd end up sometimes shouting at one another. But they were all done in person, you see. This was before COVID, so it was much, much easier. And I'd make a list of questions, I'd send it beforehand. Now, it's not that I stuck to the questions, but it got them thinking. And then I also asked them to start pulling out old photographs. And you want to see the stuff they pulled out of the attics, you know, all the memorabilia, absolutely wonderful stuff. So, in fact, in this book, I also decided to put in a chapter about the period when Irishmen were joining the British Army, because some of the IRA men were furious about that. And there's a lot of stuff now in the recordings that you can get of what they were saying at the time about it and so on. Nicholas Egan was one of those. He was furious about it. But my own paternal grandfather had joined the British Army. And interestingly enough, one of my cousins found a whole lot of memorabilia, and in it, what they used to do, the British government used to give the soldiers postcards to send home to their families. And I mean, they'd be had up for it today. One of them is of a soldier, and the postcard has him a little bubble, and he's thinking of his little boy, and the little boy is carrying a gun for England. And there was one of those, and he'd written it because his first child was born actually while he was away. But I just thought that was a very interesting side of it as well, you know.
One of the things I sort of found was that in the 1980s, I would talk to elderly relatives, and they would tell me a story. And then because I had small children staying in, you know, for a period in their house, I would ask them the same stories maybe 10 years later. And luckily, because of longevity, I would go back to them 10 years later and ask them the same stories. And when I take my notes out and look at them, the story fluctuates. There are different things that were suitable to tell you in the 1980s, a bit more in the 1990s, a bit more in later. But then sometimes when you go back to the 1980s story and say, did you tell me this? Did I? I think you did.
Yeah.
Or, yeah, maybe. And then you tell them the story they told you. And it's not only because they're getting older and forgetting things, but they've been reviewing the story. So I suppose the lesson is, if you can go back to the same people and review the story 10 years later. Now, I was lucky in the sense that I could go back and talk to people 10 years later. We don't always have that. And I have awful flashbacks to seaside visits where I sat next to famous people and asked them, would they buy me an ice cream? You know, I didn't ask them about their story. So obviously we miss opportunities, but also reviewing the story.
It would be great.
In Flora's talk, she was talking about talking to granddads and granduncles. But sometimes they tell you things at certain times in their lives, and other times it's not appropriate. And I definitely think women tell women stories when men aren't there.
Yeah,
so if you talk to a woman about things with their husband present, or their uncle present, or their brother present, the stories can be different. And if you go to the same siblings, you know, if you go to one of 5 brothers and sisters and ask them the same questions, you very often get very different answers. And I find that interesting. And of course, that's where we have to be careful with oral history.
Yeah.
It's people's memories.
Absolutely. I'll tell you an interesting thing. When I was doing the other book, the woman lived down in Kilkee, and she was telling me that on the eve, she went to school in Limerick, and on the eve of World War I, just months before World War II, the school organised an exchange trip with Germany. Now, can you believe it? On the eve of World War II. And she went on it. But completely accidentally, I was talking to another person. It was actually Cyril Galbraith. And he'd gone to the same school and went on the same trip to Germany. And it was very interesting to get, you know, they were teenagers at the time, to get the opinion of each of them, you know. And the one thing they were absolutely arguing about was where they slept in the train. You know, one said, no, we curled up on the floor. No, we didn't. There was a kind of a window seat thing, you know. And but they did agree on almost everything else, and staying in the Germans' houses. And it was very, very interesting. Very interesting.
I think we've gone slightly over time with the questions and some of the fascinating answers. So just to say one last thanks to each of our panellists, Flora, Liz and Valerie, and thank you to the audience and for the excellent questions as well.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much once again to all of our speakers this morning and yesterday for their fascinating presentations. And thank you so much, everybody, for being with us today and online as well. It has been a really enjoyable and stimulating 2 days, and also a real pleasure to have collaborated with the National Museum of Ireland's Education Department on this conference. And our partnership is continuing for the remainder of our Studio and State exhibition until the end of the year, with podcasts and talks, including a talk tomorrow at the Hugh Lane Gallery by Dr. Sinead McCool. Our final panel with artists Niamh McCann, Amanda Dunsmore and Anthony Haughey explores the theme of the artist as witness, and is chaired by Logan Sisley, acting head of collections and co-curator, along with Dr. Edith Andrus of the exhibition Studio and State, the Laverys and the Anglo-Irish Treaty. Logan is also co-curator with Niamh McCann of the exhibition Tableau Vivant, a contemporary response conceived in parallel to the Studio and State exhibition. Tableau Vivant is on view at the Hugh Lane Gallery currently until tomorrow, so we invite you to make a weekend of it if you haven't already seen the exhibition, and come along tomorrow. So without further ado, I'll hand over to Logan, who's going to chair this session. Thank you, Logan.
Thanks very much, Jessica. And as Jessica just said, of course, this conference is connected to the Studio and State exhibition, the Laverys and the Anglo-Irish Treaty. And at the heart of that exhibition is a group of paintings that John Lavery, with a couple of exceptions, painted during and shortly after the negotiations for the 1921 treaty between Great Britain and Ireland. Lavery created portraits of all 5 of the Irish and 4 of the 7 British signatories, which he later gave to the Hugh Lane Gallery in 1935. And he also captured the ratification of the treaty as it passed through the House of Lords in London. And he was the first painter to be given permission to paint while the House was sitting. John and Hazel Lavery, as we heard yesterday, also invited the delegates to their home for both the portrait sittings and also for dinner parties where where participants from both sides could meet socially. And despite John's protestations that he wasn't really that interested in politics and that his head was never really out of the paint pot, the artist here was not just an onlooker to events, but an active participant. Although, as also was touched on yesterday, it's a little bit hard to kind of maybe quantify, and it's up for debate, the extent or the contribution made by the Laverys to the treaty negotiations. And while the term of witness can sometimes imply a more passive role of bystander, it's not always so. The spectator can enjoy a critical distance, and events can, of course, turn on the testimony that witnesses provide, as we've heard this morning. And it is through such testimony that history is pieced together, along with other visual, verbal, and material artifacts. And the Laverys were acutely aware of the power of images to both help out negotiate our place in society and also to construct legacies. And as well as kind of creating a legacy for the nation, John was also creating a legacy for himself, I think, and gifting his paintings to the city of Dublin in 1935. And I recently had the pleasure and privilege to work with Niamh McCann, who will be the first speaker, in curating the display Tableau Vivant that Jessica just mentioned at the Hugh Lane Gallery. And this was conceived in relation to the Studio and State exhibition. And in it, Niamh and I attempted to interrogate how histories are constructed through selected works from the Hugh Lane Gallery collection. And I should mention that Niamh has also contributed a text to the Studio and State exhibition catalogue, along with 2 other artists, David Godbold and Mick O'Dea, because we wanted to get kind of different perspectives, not just historical perspectives, but also contemporary perspectives on John Lavery's work. And in today's presentation, Niamh will thread together a selection of works from the Tableau Vivant exhibition, looking at the associated context, both past and present. And in doing so, the artist and curator in this case, will address the greater question of how artworks speak to histories, create histories, and use visual languages to set up and reinforce power dynamics. As a landscape artist, McCann makes materially intricate and seductive works. And there's a great phrase in your biography expressing precarious optimism, which I thought it was maybe appropriate to the treaty itself. McCann effortlessly brings together strands of three-dimensional work, painting, drawing, installation, public projects as well, including, I think, in 2019 with the National Museum of Ireland at the Museum of Country Life. And this unpredictable, or at times unpredictable and humorous work is, I think, evident, or was evident in her exhibition that she did with the Hugh Lane Gallery, Furtive Tears, and it's also evident in Tableau Vivant, which we'll hear more of now. So, Niamh.
Hi, so thank you for the introduction, and to everybody who's put this together. I realise there's an enormous amount of work that went into the exhibitions as well as this event. And just to start with the idea of a landscape artist, I call myself a landscape artist partly because it gets around the thorny question of what do you do? And when you work across multi-mediums as I do, that can present difficulties within a singular answer. And also partly because it's true. I make poetic sculptural objects that aim to produce and seduce the viewer into itself. Fundamentally, I work from within and from a constructed landscape, the thing and the mediation of those things. I'm interested in objects becoming palimpsest of disparate influences and idealisms, layered repositories of narratives and meanings, and yet beginning from a very personal position, looking outwards. So, foreground, middle ground, background, is the title of the essay that Logan mentioned in the Studio and State catalogue, but is also a synopsis of the idea that all works in the Tableau Vivant exhibition sit together in the same landscape, creating narrative relationships across the emergence of this free state, but equally across and into a present perspective and beyond the edges of this country itself. So tropes that travel and tropes that are imported. And I think this is a conversation that has been framed by the artworks within the two exhibitions, Tableau Vivant and Studio and State, and is one that's evolving rather than a fixed entity. And I guess it's that evolution or non-fixity is the place that I'm really interested in. So I, along with Logan Sisley, selected works from the Hugh Lane collection, which loosely have two interweaving strands. One is a gestural mirroring within the pieces and across the pieces, and the second is a contextual narrative conversation from one to the other. Not so much to illustrate the history of the treaty, a direct illustration is not something I'm really interested in, but rather to look at commonalities and conflicting contexts that take us into the present and frames an approach to a future or an approach to an attempt to that future. And this urge to present a personal perspective of the political, suggesting uncomfortable, perplexing, or unresolved questions about how our identities are shaped and reflected by the objects we produce as artists, but also choose to preserve within the museums and curatorial moments, runs throughout most of my practice and is perhaps typified by the sculpture, gesture, picture, furniture series, which is framed by the surrounding works within the Tableau Vivant exhibition. And just to briefly address that series of works, it was a series that explores, or it is a series that explores the expression of physical power dynamics that you can unpick or see within the monuments of Edward Carson and James Larkin, respectively. I isolated these hand gestures and incorporated them into wall objects, somewhere between picture, sculpture, furniture, gesture. They're a mixture of things. And those reference points are equally kind of traverse a time period from the Greek mythology or Greek statues to religious iconography. So it's of the moment, looking forward, but also a great
expression of time that I think is incorporated into both tableau vivant and how I see curatorial or curated moments and preservation of cultures existing. So I'm going to pick a couple of individual threads across selected groups of works within the Tableau Vivant exhibition, not all given the time limitations. But starting with this, which as we see is a John Lavery blessing of the colors, on the left-hand side. One of my sculpture, picture, furniture, gesture pieces in the middle, and Isabel Gloag's The Woman with Puppets on the right. And the blessing of the colors is in some way a pivot for all the other works. We were very conscious not to physically place it at the center of the exhibition, so it's not the first thing you see. You have to come around and encounter it. But I think one also has to admit that it does anchor the other works. In it, a bishop, and it's a bishop, he looks specific, but he's more type than person, is blessing an Irish tricolour held upright by a kneeling soldier, which always makes me think of Michael Collins. But again, it's not necessarily Michael Collins, type rather than a person. And for me, it's the story of the Irish state from 1922. There's an optimism and a birth here, but I think evidence also is the failures we can see in hindsight, or the mixture of failures we can see in hindsight. An acquiescence to a new order, handing over institutional power overladen on colonial structures and the consequences of the good and bad within that. The significant absence of the hero female, a type would have been fine, you know, she didn't need to be specific. And to a large extent, I think we're still exercising an emergence and growth from that moment. Set in the middle is one of the sculpture, picture, furniture, gesture works. And on the right is an Isabel Gloag piece, The Woman with Puppets, which actually is painted currently or a little bit before the Lavery work. And it's kind of a fabulously raucous piece. The female nude is conveyed in fleshy detail when she holds up these puppets. Men as types, bankers, lawyers, etc. No bishop or soldier, but I think we get the point. And I think it's a deeply feminist piece. It's leaning very much into the tropes and the types, including that of the female nude. It kind of speaks of an Anglo-Irish or kind of prior nudes within arts going back hundreds and hundreds of years, and both resisting all of that, or at the very least poking fun at all of that. And these are details from the Gloag piece on the right and the sculpture, picture, furniture, gesture work number 2 of my works. I wasn't deliberately mirroring the Gloag figure, but it's an interesting visual note to pick up. And there are many moments across the Tableau Vivant exhibition, and then when you start picking them up among statuary monuments around, you kind of see how manifest those gestures are. And just to move on to another selection of works, this is McCann, Edward Delaney, Sean Keating, and Philip Guston, all with their clusters or figures of figuration, from Delaney's gorgeous, humane, and emphatic depiction of famine victims on the left. You'll see the monument in its full glory in Stephen's Green, to Philip Guston on the right, which has this Ku Klux Klan-ish figures, kind of in this landscape that's part American West, part Greek Parthenon or something, and it kind of has got that beautiful, incisive humor to it. But what I actually want to do is to zone in on the Keating piece. Specifically for its theatricality, its total lack of a middle ground and background, and again, this use of figurative type. Apparently, this is one of the first depictions of the tricolour in an artwork. So it's 1915 is the year of the piece itself. The kriss, or the belt on the figure on both the right and the left, is a nod to Celtic revivalism. So this kind of imbuing of kind of value in the objects is demonstrated as a certain type of Irishness or Irish culture. And I look at this and know for sure that Keating must have been looking at cowboy movies, or at the very least early cowboy pictures. I kind of search, these are images that are absolutely more or less concurrent with that painting. And for me, it also kind of points to his reference points visually were photography, films, and theater, as opposed to the painting space. All the figures, and I think this goes for most of Keating's paintings, are very much on the foreground. It's all surface. All the figures are lined up, even when they're standing behind each other. They are largely in a line with each other. And I find that kind of very interesting. Furthermore, I think it's very apt that the title is Men of the West. It's looking really very far west, and it's not lacking somewhat the vulnerability of the cowboys in the photograph, and kind of adopting all the bravado which we kind of see in the more theatrical space, and is taking its national romanticism from a number of different sources very far west. And really, I always kind of think of it as a picture of what Sean Keating wanted to be, more so than what was. Which kind of brings me to the next small selection of works that I was looking at or thinking about, which is, just to name the works, is a Daniel Chester French maquette on the top left of the Lincoln Memorial. In the middle is Willie Doherty print, Smashed Door, and those gorgeous little intimate moments that are records of Northern Ireland conflict, or how it kind of bleeds over into the physical landscape, and obviously then the actual. Robert Balla's The 3rd of May After Goya. But again, to zoom in onto the Chester French maquette, as soon as I saw this in collection, it made me think of this image, whereby everything is distilled into that moment where the little man wants you, the viewer, to get the connection and to make those obvious comparisons and adopt the mantle from one to another, and is a brilliant illustration of how artworks and objects are weaponized for meaning and association. And that is something that absolutely the artist and the person and the viewer and the public are enacting at all times, I think, in equal measure, some more deliberate than others. And I would say artists, we do that deliberately, but equally, the politician can do that too. And within the overall narrative of Tableau Vivant, it also points to connections and nationalisms beyond the edges of Ireland, or beyond the edges of this island. And in a way, I think this day, like Keating says of his men, looks west. And for me, like the relationship of Lavery's bishop to the kneeling soldier, it's under a process of evolution in both places. Both Wests, actually. And both places are kind of coming to some kind of negotiation or realization of relationships to colonial pasts, and actually even adoption of colonial histories prior to those pasts. It's not all colonial. We have Celtic or other language relationships, and I would not talking about the US, but it points to those other things too that's in a process of evolution, I think, as you can see here. And just to, I was again kind of thinking of this talk or preparing for this and looking through the catalogue for this exhibition, or sorry, for this actual conference itself. And this image on the left-hand side, it's in the catalogue for the conference, is a photograph taken in 1921 outside the Mansion House in Dublin. And it depicts a crowd awaiting some results of the Anglo-Irish truce that's being negotiated inside the Mansion House. No tricolours, but 2 US flags. On the right-hand side is a snap I took, or a portion of a snap I took last weekend in Tory Island, where there was marching bands wandering up and down the few hundred yards up and down the road, kind of celebrating culture and music and language, and very much in a very Irish and Gaelic space. But equally, we have this kind of really weird melting pot of reference points where I'm not sure what this guy's role is. I'm going to call him Master of Ceremonies. Has this weird bastardized cowboy hat, you know, that speaks of the Keating moments, and his weird kind of cowboy gloves. That is such a melt or mesh of so many things that at some point, at some first glance, can seem visually static, and yet kind of explodes outwards into kind of those sources actually coming together within the kind of objects or expression through objects. which I kind of loved, was following them up the road. And I'm going to lead on quite quickly into the Edward Carson and the Jim Larkin statues and monuments. They are very literal reference points from my works, the sculpture, picture, furniture, gesture pieces. And part of the reason I was very interested in them, other than those demonstrations of physical power dynamics, is this idea of a photographic moment made bronze. You know, the really kind of taking of this instant and this iconic instance and making it type or trope or thing, and freezing it slightly in the real and putting it back into our landscape. I think, again, that's partly our job to do that, but it's also partly our job to unpick that. And as two seemingly opposing figures, they're obviously on different, again, political, social, and geographic divides. They also share a great deal in common. And if nothing else, to point to the general lack of presiding female figuration in our landscape, you know, bronze or otherwise. There's very few examples, and then there's very few that stand up high in a monument and tell you what to do or think. And I'm very interested in that photographic space-made thing, and obviously have a little bit more in common with Sean Keating than I think myself, maybe despite myself. So that's the kind of very literal incorporating of those gestures into these objects, which are part object, part picture, part function, part resisting, all of that. And I'm going to give the last word, or last image as words, to two pieces from the Tableau Vivant exhibition. On the left, we have Margaret Clark's St. Patrick Climbs Croagh Patrick, which I think is a rather insane, slightly hallucinogenic depiction of St. Patrick in what speaks to me, despite the religious and Christian connotations, of quite ancient Irish landscapes, and maybe even ancient Irish rituals of different kind of spiritual immersions. There's floating bells and sticks and weird animals and landscape that's very undulating and slightly tortured behind that. And on the right-hand side, we have Henry Scott Tuke's To the Morning Sun, which is a gorgeous homoerotic painting of a young male posed Christ-like in the dapple sunlight. And again, they're more or less concurrent works. They using similar languages and yet definitely pointing opposite directions, one of possible pasts that are incorporated in the future, and then this boy, man on the right, I think speaks of worlds yet ahead of him and yet to come, and is very, very comfortable adopting poses and yet not being that thing. And I'm equally interested in both. I kind of love both works for different reasons. And for all that acknowledgement and pointing to the narrative of the works, and indeed within Tableau Vivant itself, I want to allow or give all of these works the possibility that we can encounter them as artworks and artifacts, and allow them to work by osmosis and some kind of insidious infiltration, kind of a slow, repeated revelation as opposed to a necessarily instantaneous one. I think, again, it's our job as artists is to set levels of seduction on kind of that surface encounter that has sufficient ballast that allows time to reveal more and more identification, or even to accrue more meanings or more associations over time. So the artwork is acting in kind of various different levels as both an encounter and an aesthetic and maybe an enjoyment, a document and a witness, but also an exploration of thought. So it kind of holds all those moments in and of itself. If it's good enough, it can do all those things at the same time, resist it, and yet exist for the kind of those further interpretations or projections, which in curating this exhibition, I was doing both. It was kind of projecting, making a kind of thought within the work that Logan and I were doing, that we were creating an artwork in itself, that it was speaking as a whole as opposed to speaking about the individual pieces, which again can resist themselves within that larger moment. And I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Niamh. And I have to say, working with Niamh as an artist and bringing a kind of different perspective to curating the show, I guess I found quite liberating and kind of enabling ways of seeing and looking at art that maybe traditional kind of historical methods or art historical methods don't always allow for. But as I think you've shown there, and we've kind of created this thing in quite a kind of stage setting in a way of the gallery space, but these images are kind of used and misused and hybridized and circulate in kind of unpredictable ways anyway in the world. And I guess the show kind of draws attention to that as well. Thanks very much. We'll now turn to Amanda Dunsmore. And Amanda, over the last 25 years, has made contextual portraits which evolved through long periods of research. And the work is often presented as a series of extensive socio-political historical portraits or art projects. And central to this is an exploration of the potential future memory in society, which I think is also an interesting connection in relation to Lavery's work and his gift to the city. And also the accumulative legacy of portraiture in archiving history, the long-term value of socio-political art making, and sociological, historic, geopolitical sites and contexts, and much more, which you'll elaborate on shortly. Her portraits include those of Senator David Norris, which was filmed in the attic of the James Joyce Centre here in Dublin. Niall McCafferty, filmed on platform 2 of Dublin's Connolly train station. Senator Ivana Bacik, filmed in the Round Room at the Mansion House in Dublin, specifically on the 14th of December 2018, which was the 100th anniversary of women gaining the right to vote in Ireland and Britain. And also a portrait of Mairead Corrigan Maguire, joint 1976 Nobel Peace Prize laureate, which was filmed at the Peace House in Belfast. And that portrait was shown in an exhibition Amanda did at the Hugh Lane Gallery called Keeper in 2018. And today, Amanda will discuss the making of the major portrait series called Agreement, which includes portraits of individuals who represent diverse collective communities in Northern Ireland. And she'll also discuss the rationale behind the art practice, which includes considerations regarding the future of artworks and embodied memory. So, Amanda, welcome.
So this goes forward? Niamh? It's the green one. Okay. So I just want to thank Logan and Jessica and the Hugh Lane Gallery and the National Museums of Ireland for inviting me to here today to talk and to talk about one artwork from the Keeper Art Archive, which was started in 1998. Which is an art archive comprising of artworks and assembled material related to the lived experience of Northern Ireland. And this framed wall piece documents the lines of artist inquiry, mapping individuals and social historical influences in the creation of the artworks in the Keeper Archive art project. And it's actually related up to like 2018. So the piece that I'm going to talk about today, which is ongoing, is Agreement, and is one of these artworks that I'm going to talk about. This is, of course, John Hume. He's filmed in 2005 in the Void Gallery in Derry. Agreement is a unique collection of video portraits depicting individuals involved in the Belfast Good Friday Agreement of 1998. The portraits are filmed in 4:3, which when I started filming them was the ratio that we're used to in television. Now we have 16:9, which is the size of the monitor that's on the screen. The same dark red velvet curtain is used for each portrait, and this provides a visual parity of the composition across all the individuals depicted. There's only one take, and this for me provides the opportunity to capture the essence of the person. Keeper at the Hugh Lane Gallery in 2018 was an opportunity to actually show John Hume's portrait, which I'd filmed in, as I said, 2025, but I kept it for 13 years and didn't show it. And the reason I didn't show it, because at that time, as an artist, I didn't have the right context to exhibit it, but also I needed to have the visual parity of having David Trimble with him. Of course, these two individuals are the Nobel laureates of Northern Ireland, with Mairead Corrigan Maguire, Betty Williams of the Peace People, which Kieran McEwen was also part of, and of course the prior 1976 Women's Nobel laureates, as Logan had talked about, were exhibited in the Hugh Lane. I spent a lot of time in the galleries looking at the spaces and feeling the spaces and thinking about the size and the context. And I have to say that like Lavery with Redmond and Carson, I have constraints that I put upon the portraits. They're not showed on the internet. They're always of a certain size. They're monumental in scale. And actually, as time has gone on, those constraints on showing the portraits have increased, actually. Silence is one part of the experience for the audience. So silence, for me, these are 20 minutes and the individuals are silent. And I went to college in Northern Ireland in the late 80s, and I was used to the politicians, as we all were, on UTV and talking to us a lot. And there's always this information coming. And in communication and understanding, when you're talking to an individual, I am talking, the other is silent and listening, but the talking person is watching the individual. And so in communication and understanding, silence is important. Silence has ramifications of trauma, but it also has this other ramification, just of listening. So if you have another understanding of the individual, we're all very cognizant of who these individuals are, but if I facilitate for the audience and try to facilitate for the audience an environment where they can put the other half of the engagement or the understanding together, was my aim. Also, the lighting is proportionally reminiscent of painterly use of light and complements the facial features. Excuse me. The camera acts as a gatherer of light. These are portraits of light painted in pixels. The light would come together is projected or displayed on large-scale monitor, and to me is presented of the representational nature and ethereal nature of life, hinting at the transfer of energies of a fundamental molecular level. The shifting light replicates the shifting subtleness of the sitter's face, and the substance of light and colour dissolve into image. I'm very interested in how portraiture and the effect that has on the audience member, including myself, that we buy into the belief that this individual, this representation of this individual is in front of us, and how this evokes within us many different stimuli. And I like to give the opportunity with the silence for all these reflective points for the audience to be available. So Hume, Trimble, as I said, were Nobel laureates, and as I mentioned, that I waited 13 years to film Trimble. I also had, and I'll touch on this a little bit later, I also had to have the context of the Hugh Lane to be able to approach Trimble. And there is always this protracted negotiation that happens when approaching the principals, the subjects. And Lord Trimble was heartened by the inclusion of Lavery's Edward Carson MP and John E. Redmond MP. These were Lavery's first political portraits, and I understand, actually, when I found out about these portraits being in the Hugh Lane collection, I understood the constraints that Lavery had put upon and agreed with the sitters that they would always be hung together, that they would always be shown together. And this was this coming back to this waiting 13 years for Hume's, so that Trimble and Hume could be showed together. And I'm very much like when Redmond heard Lavery's plan, that he said, I had always had an idea that Carson and I might someday be hanging side by side in Dublin. I think it also helped that I believe David Trimble's grandfather was in Carson's Ulster volunteer force, and he was perhaps reassured by my plan to show Carson's portrait. When planning the Keeper exhibition, as I said, the similarities, the constraints, and what they represent, I felt had this affinity with Lavery. And also, I wanted, with the planning, to facilitate a discovery for the audience, that by putting Hume and Trimble and Redmond Carson together, actually in separate spaces, and making this narrative for the audience to go through the I think it was 5 spaces, gallery spaces in the end, that it was the discovery of the artworks, but also create this cognitive connections between the portraits and what they represent. This artwork in the background on the monitor is called Billy's Museum, and Billy Hull was the longest-serving prison officer in the Maze prison, and he was also a prison officer to the hunger strikers, and there was very few prison officers who would sit with the hunger strikers, but Billy was one. He was also an amateur historian, and to cut a long story short, whenever anything happened within the Maze, a prison breakout or poteen making, or a bomb, instructions, whatever, it would be sent out to the courts, to the IC and the NIO, and to the army boys, and after a couple of years, this material would be redundant, and the policy was to send it back to the prison. Prison policy was to destroy it. Billy was the prison officer who was supposed to destroy it, and he didn't, and he kept it for 15 years in the Longkesh compound next door. So I made a film with Billy, shows the display of what he's curated of the surviving objects, along with interviews with him about prison and the objects. This is still from the film. There's a photograph in your left-hand side, and this shows actually, and it's pointed out by Billy in the film, David Irvine on parade in the compounds. And in David Irvine's portrait, which was one of the first ones to be filmed, he smiles at that point where he sees himself on parade, which is very endearing. I was artist in residence in 1998, and then I continued to work in the Maze prison, just on and off, not working, but documenting. When I was in the artist in residence, I was working with the Republican IRA and the INLA, and the Loyalist UDA, UFF, and LVF. I was in the week actually working with the UDA the week that Mo Molan came in to visit the Loyalist prisoners. And I was being escorted by the OC, or it's OC or CO. I always used to get it wrong, so it's officer in command or commanding officer. And I'd go onto a Republican wing and say, can I see the OC? And he said, no, Manda, you meet the CO. So it was always this running joke. But Mo Molan was in the week, and as I was being escorted by the OC through the airlocks into the wings into the main part of the H block, he said, sure, Amanda, all the women in this week. And he told me about Mo coming in. I was living in Belfast at the time, and it takes time sometimes, especially when you're living in a situation, for you to process what is going on around you. And it took me 5 years, I think. But Mo Mowlam is the inspiration for the Agreement Portraits. Her effect and her what she did as Northern Ireland Secondary State was the inspiration for Agreement. When I filmed Martin McGuinness, Mo Mowlam had died that morning. And he had been also on holiday in Donegal. That he came back from holiday to be filmed in Derry. And in his portrait, which was filmed in the Void Gallery in Derry, in the basement, which was very warm, he fights falling asleep. And it's one of my most favorite portraits because of this. There is this experience for the audience of really this understanding of the person, the fuller understanding of the person behind the politician, but through this simple human act. Sometimes being able to film the portraits can be easier than others. So normally the process is quite protracted. It involves a lot of letters. I normally always have to meet with the advisors. And this is very understandable because with these individuals, you're dealing with the individuals' legacies. And also there is this trust between the artist and the subject, that the artist will not frame the works within a context that is not appropriate. So this process continues, but sometimes because of the Hugh Lane, the process was speeded up because of the context of the Hugh Lane. And Senator Mitchell, we contacted him to write into the chapter for the book, and then we asked him to open the exhibition, and then I asked him, could I film his portrait? And he said yes every time. So. When we were spending time with Senator Mitchell for the opening, he told me about the Northern Irish Women's Coalition. And he told me how important the women were in the room. And I must also say that there was another important woman in the room, which was Martha Pope, which was Senator Mitchell's assistant. It was very important for me to film the Women's Coalition and to have representations of them. I'm just going to read you just a short section from this book by Beatrice Campbell on Agreements, 2008 book, which is a 10-year point, obviously, afterwards. And the focus of the book is on equality and human rights. Presence, the opportunity to give voice, to be seen and heard, to change the priorities of politics by changing the composition of the legislators, by being present, had already been vindicated by the presence at the talks of the most marginalised groups, former prisoners and women. In her defence of the women's admission into the assemblies in proportion to their presence in the population, Anya Phillips of the Northern Irish Women's Coalition offered the eloquent mantra, embodiment matters. Considerations around time are an intrinsic element of my art practice, and as I referenced before, this book was printed in 2008, and I'm really interested in that, the notions of how we mark time, so in increments of 10 and then 20 and 25 and 50, 75, 100. And these numbers are time distances that relate to the time span of a human life. And of course, the last is the distance that is normally outside of an individual's life and could be said to shift it in the frame of history. Of course, this is Seamus Mallon here. Oh, I seem to have skipped. Portrait. Interesting. Lived history, lived experience is too close in time to see objectively. And time is a factor of societal processing that is required so that the stories of experiences can be heard. And for some reason, Lord Alderdice has disappeared, but he is also in the portraits. I'm constantly engaged in art practices, considerations beyond the frame of my own art life, or my own lifespan, I should say. And the responsibility to mine and preserve a record of a shared history is central to my art practice. And of course, this is Bertie Ahern. Agreement is a civic work, which I have been compelled to make. As an artist, I am attempting to act as a social documenter of this lived history, of these individuals who embody societal change. And my artworks can be viewed as documents of a specific place, offering an additional perspective, another form of remembering, an acknowledgement of a presence and of a time, preserved with a future context in mind. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Amanda. I think your commitment to this over the decades is really quite extraordinary, and fascinating parallels, I thought, too, with this morning's session in terms of the responsibility or the negotiation with the cities that you have, and which kind of echoed some of the discussion this morning around oral history and family history. Thanks very much. So we now turn to our final speaker of the session, Anthony Haughey, who is an artist and lecturer at TU Dublin, where he co-founded the Centre for Socially Engaged Practice-Based Research. And his own work stems from the premise of a principal situatedness of art in place and community. He is currently this Decade of Centenaries Artist in Residence at the National Museum of Ireland, and he has a studio here in Collins's Barracks, which is conceived of as a learning lab where dynamic conversations, workshops, and durational processes will result in the co-creation of artworks, reflecting an exciting time of change in Ireland. He's particularly interested in how the Decade of Centenaries raises important questions of how we understand and embrace emerging cultural identities. And in today's talk, Anthony will discuss emerging and completed artworks, including a dress for Akunma, produced during his residency at the National Museum of Ireland, and Anthem, an art intervention in Fort Dunree, Donegal, as well as earlier works that critically engage with seismic historical events that we've, I guess, been hearing about over the last 2 days that shaped Ireland's march towards independence. So, Anthony.
Stage. Thank you, Logan. Fantastic to be here. This room feels like my playground at this point because I really feel at home. I've been living here for about 8 months. It's a fantastic opportunity to have, unusually a very long-term residency across more than a year and a half. So I think I've got about a year left. I'm going to go off script slightly, and I promised myself I wouldn't, but I'm going to, because I want to connect into the family stories from this morning. And very quickly, April 1921. My grandfather is part of a small IRA raiding party. They attack a post office in Tassa, in Armagh, looking for guns. It all goes wrong. He gets shot in the hand, and he's evacuated. What happens next? They find a safe house for him, very near where he lived, in Ballymacnab, very small townland in Armagh. And it's random. It's a random safe house. He's nursed back to life there. The woman who nursed him back to life is my grandmother. So this moment in the War of Independence, I owe it to my existence. It's this kind of amazing story. So in a way, that kind of inflects my time here in the museum. It's something very kind of, you know, we're not just kind of speaking about history. We make history. We're part of that history, and I think that's what I'm interested in. That's a kind of guiding principle, I think, for this residency. Histories, and in particular historical archives like memory, are unstable, fragile, and in a constant process of forming, disappearing, and reforming again. In his thesis on the philosophy of history, German philosopher Walter Benjamin suggests that the past is a tentative mental image. This fragile image of the past is evoked in his thesis number 9, where Paul Klee's painting, Angelus Novus, is repurposed metaphorically as the angel of history. Benjamin's concept of history is a detachment from its chronological temporality. The angel of history is an important observer who is powerless to intervene as the debris of catastrophe piles higher and higher, obscuring the way forward. For Benjamin, however, there's a potential redemption, and he has written, quote, "Articulating the past historically does not mean recognizing it the way it really was. It means appropriating a memory as it flashes up in a moment of danger." And what Benjamin was referring to, of course, was 1930s Germany and the rise of fascism. But we can make analogous moments in history. Our moment of danger, if you like, is this kind of, if you think about the last 20 years, we seem to be living in a permanent state of crisis. It's a phrase that's cited in my film Manifesto that I'll discuss in a little while. I argue that representing the past or reflecting historical events may be akin to Benjamin's notion of a contingent and transgressive interpretation of historical events, where, according to historian Kevin Whelan, quote, "Art ensures that there's always possible to tell it another way. That possibility opens up a space for the other, a space for dialogue and negotiation of narratives," end quote. So in what follows in the short presentation, I'll give you a short, abridged methodological tour of several artworks that kind of reflect the theme of the conference, I think, and the decade of centenaries. So going back to 2013, of course, we were in this moment of the Dublin 1913 lockout. I was artist in residence in Limerick City Gallery, and consciously to coincide with the 1913 lockout. But at that time, there were 2 epic industrial disputes emerging in Ireland: the Vita Cortex lock-in in Cork and the Lagan brickworkers lockout in Cavan. I followed them both closely. On December the 15th, 2011, the management of Lagan Brick Factory in Kingscourt, County Cavan, ceased production of domestic house bricks. This was due to a fall of demand following the global economic crisis, and we all remember the collapse of Ireland's overheated housing and the disaster that followed that. The workers were sacked without notice, and the management refused to pay their statutory redundancy entitlements. The workers had generated more than 600 years' service between them, and they staged a dispute outside the gates of the factory. The dispute lasted for 272 days, which is actually a record in terms of Irish industrial disputes. It was finally resolved by the intervention of the Industrial Labour Court. Red clay bricks are no longer produced in Ireland, although I think that factory may have started up again in the last couple of years. But on the final day of production, one of the workers in the factory had the foresight to rescue some of the last bricks from the production line before they reached the kiln. I had worked closely with the brickworkers and documented the lockout, but at the end of the lockout, the unfired bricks were gifted to me to produce an artwork that reflected the struggle of the workers. So you can see in the slides some of the words that were used were kind of negotiated directly with the Lagan brick workers to commemorate that moment. Another part of that work, it was a year-long residency, was a history of workers' resistance, which started in Limerick City Gallery and then went to Cork Film Festival, but importantly traced not just the history of workers' resistance, but the history of film itself. The very first film that was exhibited in public in Paris was the Lumiere brothers, workers leaving the factory. Moving to another work from this time reflecting the 1916 Easter Rising. During that year, I was commissioned by Hales Gallery to curate their 1916 exhibition. And separately to that, I made an artwork called Manifesto. Manifesto is a work that sets out to interrogate Ireland's claim to be a republic and reflecting on the idealisms of the 1916 Rising and the content of the proclamation. And you can see from the statement on the 25th of January, just before Michael D. Higgins, before his inauguration as President of Ireland, it's quite a damning statement about the state of affairs in Ireland. And I thought this was a really interesting starting point towards this project. The 1916 proclamation was controversially a call to arms, with the promise of an egalitarian republic that was never fully realized. A century later, Ireland is the most globalized economy in the world. Manifesto raises important questions for so many people living in Ireland today, forced to live in a permanent state of crisis, where multinational corporations maintain huge profits. In 1916, 4 writers, Pearse, Connolly, Plunkett, and MacDonagh, were central to the Rising. This ensured that art and culture were at the very heart and vision of a projected idealism of an independent Ireland or a republic to come. Manifesto invokes historical and contemporary literature to reflect the fact that the Easter Rising was also an important cultural revolution. It also marked the emergence of modernism in Ireland. In the video, there are references to literature, philosophy, political and cultural theories, including Brian Friel, Edgar Allan Poe, Giorgio Agamben, the Diaries of Bobby Sands, and many, many others. In the editing process that I use for making a film, I think of the timeline of video editing software as akin to a historical chronology, offering opportunities to disrupt and trouble conventional historical narratives. In all the films I've made, histories are embedded in the timeline, citing multiple archival sources to generate a meta-narrative that is open to multiple cultural, political, and contested interpretations, echoing Whelan's assertion of a space for the other, a space for dialogue, a negotiation of narratives. Manifesto was produced through a series of co-written scripts, a collaboration with Donal Nerney, a homeless man, Loretta Ibo-Gonozozu, who has successfully navigated her family through the challenges of direct provision, and Lawrence McKeown, a former Republican hunger striker. The protagonist in the film is a young woman who grew up in direct provision. She's an allegorical cipher. In a way, for me, I imagine being in the position of somebody like James Connolly had he lived. How would he have imagined a citizen of the future republic to come? This female flaneur guides the viewer through a series of temporal historical vignettes, shot in historical and contemporary sites of struggle for political and cultural emancipation, as well as contemporaneous landscapes reflecting this idea of a permanent state of crisis. Manifesto resonates with historian Paul Ricoeur's account of ethical memory in archives. Memory that is, quote, not so much locked into the past, but is concerned with opening the past as a mechanism to release the future. And we're going to view a short 3-minute excerpt from this video now.
I do not exist. I am a partial citizen. Neither one thing nor the other. I recall your ancestors. An unconditional act of hospitality. I accept your principles of equal rights. Free in spirit, I can offer no other reason. What is the sense of giving a boundary to all that? Of giving it a name and ceasing to love where the name ceases to apply? What is love of one's country? Is it hate of one's own country?
Can we get back online on the PowerPoint, please? Okay, thank you. One of the first pieces of work I made when I arrived here in the museum it's called A Dress for a Kuma. And one thing that struck me walking around the exhibits in the museum, apart from, the collections always fascinated me because the museum really represents, I suppose, an inheritance from the British kind of museology of the 19th century and the empire. And of course, all this architecture outside is very much around us, and I'm really influenced by that. But one thing that struck me in some of the exhibits was thinking about where we are in Ireland at this period of time, and thinking about how we might reflect the much more diverse cultures that are around us. So A Dress for a Kuma was a collaborative work produced with a group of women. This is one of the exhibits, the Ebe Jorgensen exhibition that's currently on in the museum. The work was made with the Global Migration Collective, a long-term partner I've worked with over the years, and Nwani Duato African Women's Group, together with artisan dressmaker Grace Amuga and fashion designer Blonda McLean. We set out to produce a garment that would reflect African-Irish culture and initiate a different kind of conversation about how we can represent diverse cultures and experiences within the museum's collections. So it's a case of kind of troubling the museum or unpacking and bringing a different kind of dialogical encounter. The research for the artwork involved visits to the National Museum of Archaeology. We explored Ogham, one of the earliest forms of writing in Ireland, dating from the 4th century AD, as well as Celtic markings on symbols found on many of the historical artifacts in the collection. The research also revealed Nasibidi, an ancient form of graphic communication indigenous to southeastern Nigeria, the area that would have been, if it had been independent, would have been called Biafra, where these women were from. It doesn't correspond to any one spoken language. It's an ideograph script whose symbols refer to abstract concepts and actions whose use facilitate communications amongst people of different speaking cultures. Nasibidi comprises nearly 1,000 symbols that can be drawn in the air, on the ground, on the skin as tattoos, on houses, on art forms such as masks and textiles. Despite this rich historical legacy, the women in the group had no idea about Nasibidi. They'd grown up through an Anglo-colonial education system. So all of that kind of indigenous history had been kind of pushed aside. So this was an important kind of reworking and repositioning and intervention into both a historical narrative that they hadn't had access to, but at the same time to remake that in the place of transition from Nigeria to Ireland. 2 dresses were designed for. This isn't working, by the way. It's not moving. Shall I just ask you to move it instead? Okay. So here's some of the early drawings, preparatory drawings that we made to design a textile, to design a fabric for the dress. And the final textile here. Printed. And this process of then making the dress. On the left, you can see the Ogham symbols that you can still see in the Archaeology Museum. They can be transcribed, first of all, in Irish, and then further transcribed into English. So you can actually, this Ogham symbol formed the spine of the dress, which marked the occasion of the event that we made in the museum here. Here's one of the Ogham symbols. So Akuma is actually a person. She's a young woman who was invited to the museum. And together, this whole approach, this idea, activated a new kind of conversation, a new dialogical encounter, a way of speaking back to cultures that do coexist, that are around us, and that are important to acknowledge. I'm going to rush through this now because this is the project I'm working on now. It's called A Flag for Ireland, and another project called Anthem. So it's looking at the collections here. There's an amazing flags and banner collection in the museum. This one, there's a whole series of amazing guild banners and trade union banners dating from the 18th and 19th century. They're very fragile. This one, you can just about see it's in an archival drawer. So we're using these as starting points to think about publicness, to think about protest, to think about cultural identities. The very idea of a flag and the very idea of banners is, on one hand, seems to be very simple, but when you drill down into those ideas, it creates and potentially generates a really interesting dialogue, I think, for Ireland now. Here's some early workshop outcomes. These were shown in Emma quite recently. And some of the early workshops that were created with young people in Fort Dunree. So the first iteration from this Flag for Ireland project was in Fort Dunree, in Inishowen, in Donegal. Anybody who knows, the historians in the room will know that Fort Dunree was one of the treaty ports that was negotiated in 1921 and held by the British Navy until they were finally handed back in 1938. The project I made in Inishowen over last summer involved working with over 60 people. And in those workshops, the discussion was around cultural identity. It was around the history of the fort. It was read, if you like, through a post-colonial lens. The outcome of that was a whole series of new flags that were made, both representing Fort Dunree and at the same time rethinking what a future flag for Ireland might look like. So on the eve of the 1921 Anglo-Irish Treaty signing on the 5th of December, 2021, we gathered in Fort Dunree and we basically took over the fort for this art intervention. 100 people gathered on that day and together raised flags above the fort in this kind of act of solidarity, an act of citizenship. So if you imagine the architecture of the fort represents militarism, this art intervention was an idea to kind of reclaim that in a way for the Republic, to reclaim that as a citizen's kind of space. It's a spectacular setting. If anybody's been up in that part of the world, it's really, really worth a visit. Okay, I think I'm over time, so I'm going to finish there. And maybe that's appropriate because all of this work is ongoing. If you look down into Clark Square beneath us, in April 23, on May the 1st, 2023, what's known internationally as Labor Day, the plan is to gather, to assemble several 100 people or more. All the people I've worked with throughout this kind of collaborative process will carry flags and banners and do something similar. In sight of this in this post-colonial setting of the museum, we will stage a kind of a march or a reinvigoration of what a new claim for the Republic might look like. Underneath all that, of course, it's also finally, it's about, you know, there's a very subtle thing going on here, because I'm also asking questions about what a united Ireland might look like. We're pointing towards signs and symbols that very subtly speak to that. And I'll leave it there. Thank you very much, and apologies for over time.
Thanks very much, Anthony. We'll watch what unfolds here with great interest over the next year or so. And I guess, well, from my perspective as someone who works in collections, I was intrigued by, I guess, by your kind of working with the collections of the National Museum and the kind of gaps as you see them. And then, and Niamh, of course, we worked directly with the collection, again, trying to have a new look at it, to refresh it in a way. And Amanda, in a way, you're kind of building a collection of portraits. And I guess this, in terms of the construction of history and the absences in history, this is, I mean, so much of, particularly in art, but that's how we, and this was touched on yesterday, I think, with Estella Solomon's, in terms of works that are maybe hidden from public view, then don't enter the kind of the history books or the gallery walls. I don't know if anyone wants to comment on that, or we could just open up to the, there's hands raised, so let's go to the floor. I think Sinead, you were first, and then we'll come to you.
My question, I suppose, is to just generally to just respond and say thank you very much for that. This session has been really interesting. I suppose my question is particularly to Anthony. I suppose I have a question in relation to the film that you made. Are the words that are spoken by the person that's in the piece, are they her words, or are they your words? And I wonder then, in terms of even, so it seemed to me, looking at it, that you selected somebody as a model, as a muse, and I wondered if they were her words or your words, and if they were your words in her mouth, how would you respond to my question about how you feel about the idea of somebody being muse and model? Okay, I hope that's a question. Thanks.
Yeah. Certainly not a muse. I mean, I described her very consciously and purposefully as somebody who James Connolly might have imagined in the, you know, as a kind of contemporary cipher of somebody who would have been in the Irish Citizen Army, which, you know, dated to 1913. And that's not as far-fetched as it might seem, because Connolly was often cited particularly by Sheehy Skeffington. She claimed that he was, you know, he was a feminist voice within the Labour movement. So the idea that she is a flaneur, she is taking us on a journey across temporalities, across a whole series of histories. Those histories are reflected back through philosophy, through other voices, through cultures. So the words are coming from both a script that is negotiated with that group of people, and also direct citations from poetry, from political science, and so on. But what it takes us to, though, is a claim, if you like. It's asking questions. It's, instead of being outside of the frame, it's positioning one inside the frame. So instead of talking about, the protagonist is speaking back and asking questions of what has been stated as an observation, perhaps.
Yeah, I suppose, and again, I'm just going to respond back to you in relation to that. I suppose, again, it's the perception as the viewer, so I'm only giving you my perception of what I saw there. What I feel about Amanda and Niamh in relation to their work, it's very much their interpretation coming into it. I know it's your interpretation, but I just thought for that moment, that it's like as if there's a third person in your work, that it's your interpretation being put out there through somebody else. And I thought that was really interesting. And again, it's just thought-provoking. So, you know, again, when we come away from an event like this, I suppose what you're really thinking about is what you're making me think about. But I immediately responded as somebody who is used to working in historic material, but always looking for the authentic voice. So again, with art, you always have the element of the filtering through it, and that's why I was really conscious of your use of somebody potentially to articulate what is ultimately your voice. And I think that in terms of a context, it's really important at the end of something like that film is to explain how much of it is collaborative and how much of it is the voices, and how, if the person is saying I, you assume it's coming from them.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, no, I think that's a fair comment, but you have to bear in mind it's a very short. This is the danger of showing short excerpts from films because it's a 20-minute. Yeah, it's a 20-minute work that where I think you would walk away with that kind of wider context. But you're right; it is a provocation as well. It's designed to trouble history, to not perhaps you know, archives aren't stable. Archives are inherently stable. So the idea of reinterpreting those from a perspective of being a migrant, for example, is really important.
A question for Amanda. You mentioned the constraints on showing the portraits and that they have actually increased. So I was wondering if you could elaborate on that and what kind of constraints did you mean?
I suppose as the body of work has grown, and I have, and we also as artists continue to grow ourselves, there's an understanding. For instance, the first constraint is that it's not exhibited on the internet. You know, you don't. It's not a 20-minute silent portrait. Is not the arena for encountering it for the audience. So whenever the opportunity to actually exhibit them is quite rare because of the constraints that I put upon them, and whenever the opportunity arises, there is a lot of thought and discussion, but also time spent in considering the context of the audience discovering the artworks. So the constraints increase because of that, I think, because as the body of work grows, it becomes more difficult to exhibit all of them. And that is the constraint. They are not seen as a single reel, which it would be at this stage, 2.5 hours long. They are to be encountered by the audience as individual portraits of monumental scale. That's a constraint. Practical.
So when you, sorry, just to continue this lady's question, so they have to all be shown together at the same time, right? Okay.
Yeah. So that's a practical consideration that's not very easily to fulfill, but it's a constraint that I've imparted on the artwork because the artwork requires it.
Has that evolved over time? When you first filmed Hume, did you kind of know all these years later where it would lead to?
Yeah, I was not. When I filmed Hume, I instinctively knew that I could not exhibit him immediately because I was not in a position as an artist to find the right context. But saying that, I exhibited David Irvine and Mark McGuinness together, and the parity of that within a gallery context with other works from the Keeper exhibition, so I would have exhibited them. So Keeper, as an archive project, has each time there is a dissemination of the work, there's a different response, so that to build this a relevant narrative for the audience. And so, and that response takes into consideration site, context, geopolitical, etc., and the audience consideration. So that's the constraint upon it. And also practically, technically, I would have been doing this since 2005. So technically, the technology has changed. So to exhibit them, it has become easier to exhibit them larger as projections in Hugh Lane, but now it's becoming almost, it is more practical because with modular monitors, you can get 4K modular monitors, which can be built on a monumental scale. I was site visiting recently a venue, and the scale was to 4 meters by 3 of a monument, 4K modular monitor. So actually the work, in a way, is starting to be facilitated with the ease of technology as well.
Hume's a really interesting character because I think he's been written out of contemporaneous histories because his the Republican movement has claimed his I suppose his manifesto in a sense. What he had claimed has become this kind of rewriting, I think, in a sense of that history. But he was subsequently removed from it. So I think it's important and interesting that he is embedded in the historical narrative because to date I think he has been removed in some ways.
Yeah, and there was a paradox or it was an instinctual. Sometimes you can't actually articulate why you don't show a work and why you keep it back. But with the passing of time, the resonance of this individual will increase and is increasing. And so I think that the resonance of the artwork to keep it back for 13 years increased the import of the artwork, which it deserved. So
I think that's why it's important to acknowledge that time acts on artworks. And
totally,
you're right. And in
totally.
relation to what Anthony has just said, that to an extent he was written out, but I think it's also evident that he will return to a central role within that, and how an artwork or artifact can function as a document of that is actually a really interesting thing and a very important undertaking, actually.
As you were saying, with Lavery's blessing of the colours, how we read that today and how it was read in 1922 has shifted over time.
And I'm not, because I am slightly picking at Lavery. Well, not slightly, I'm picking at Lavery. But also not blaming him, because he's also a product of his time and doing a certain act of depiction, an act of interpretation, or maybe even, again, an instinctual embodiment of the place that he's in. But of course, over time, that reveals more and reveals more of the actual time spent in between, where things are not what was depicted or not solely what was depicted. So that space is extremely significant, and really just there. It's kind of fascinating.
We have a few minutes left, but I should just remind people watching online that if you want to type a question into YouTube, I can see it here. And just to say to the three panelists, Fiona Barber has written wonderful and thought-provoking presentations that all in different ways provide the imaginative space to link together past and present in art practice. So just some feedback there. Are there any more questions in the room? Anthony, can I ask you, Amanda talked about George Mitchell and kind of getting, in part because through the exhibition at the gallery, it kind of enabled to some degree or assisted in kind of access. In working in different kind of contexts, say working with the National Museum context, in terms of kind of access or building trust or something with working with other people, or is it maybe sometimes that institutional context can be a barrier for working with other people? I don't know, but
yeah, that's an interesting question, because in a sense you're working within and without the museum at the same time. So that conversation, that dialogue is bringing people in and also outside. But there are ongoing negotiations about getting to see. I'm really interested in the collections in the archives that aren't visible, for example. I mean, there's something very notable here that I'm really itching to explore. I can't, if you walk around this museum, there's no reference to African artifacts anywhere. And yet I know there's a significant collection here. And that is a conversation that I want to really explore for reasons. I think, you know, again, reading the museum through a post-colonial lens, you have to understand as you walk around the museum, a lot of the artifacts have been inherited from the UK, from the British system, directly from museums in London that where artifacts would have, during that time in the 19th century, they would have been sent to Dublin as well as to the, you know, the Victorian Albert Museum, for example, in London. So that history lingers. There's a shadow, and I'm really interested in how you can kind of reframe and rethink both the architecture and the collections, knowing that we live in a republic and we live with the legacy of a really interesting model. That really, I think, that trace of history just kind of informs so much of being in the museum. And that's something I really want to explore.
I find it less post and more present. You know, it's more an acknowledgement of what is there, right?
Sure.
Right, it's unveiling and unpicking and just putting forward this acknowledgement of it. I find it very present in the buildings and the artifacts, the evidence, and then, you know, what you're doing and what we're doing is to, like, just slow it down a bit and go, yeah, but it's over there, just look at it, you know.
Yeah. I mean, if you stood, you know, when I first came here, I kind of imagined about, you know, 1913. If you stand in that kind of, you know, Clark Square, what is now called Clark Square, and you look, you know, you're struck by the pacing, the numbers on the wall, and you think, yes, of course, you know, this would have been preparation for going to war. So a lot of young working class men would have drilled in this compound, and then they would have been sent to the front line, never to return. So there's a real kind of sadness and pathos around that, and you do feel. I think you do feel that you know, you feel you feel those ghosts. And I think if you talk to anybody who works in the museum, they speak of ghosts. Maybe Helen, you know these stories, but workers right across the museum, they talk about the ghosts that inhabit the museum. And I think that echo of history, that ever-present history, again flavors the contemporary moment.
Okay, well, on that note, I see the lights are flashing before us. Unless anyone's got maybe a burning question that you don't leave here without asking. Well, if not, please join me in thanking the panelists this morning. And just before you go, I have a few notes of thanks. On behalf of the education team, if you have a moment, please do fill in a evaluation form, which is available for those in the room as you leave downstairs, or for those watching online. I think that'll be emailed to you, so that'd be great to get your feedback on the day. I want to personally thank my colleagues in the education department at Hugh Lane Gallery, Jessica O'Donnell, Cleo Fagan, Catherine Neville, and Kayla Brzezinski, and also our colleagues in the education department of the National Museum of Ireland, Helen Beaumont, Dermot Bolger, and Grace Dignam. And I'd like to also personally thank all of the team that I've worked with over the last year and a half, or two, however many years, on the Studio and Stage exhibition. It's been a great, really great personally collaboration. I'd like to thank the technical crew too for keeping everything working, both in the room and online. And I just finally remind you that Studio and State is open across the courtyard for those here in Collins's Barracks, or please do visit during the run of the show to the end of the year. And Tableau Vivant that Niamh has spoken about is open until 5 p.m. tomorrow at Hugh Lane Gallery on Parnell Square. So thank you all for coming or watching online, and have a good afternoon.